20th, 2026 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, also known as the BZA. Board members that will hear your case tonight or today are as follows. On my right, we have Mr. Truslow. Mr. Brown will be coming shortly, and then Mr. Neal. To my left, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Smith. There we go. We got two Smiths here. Isn't that lovely? And Mr. Jordan, I don't think is going to make it here today. Staff members that are present here today, I think Ms. Brooks will be coming here and join us momentarily. She sits over here. Ms. Clark, Mr. Hare, and Ms. Workin. And Ms. Bachet, I believe, will also be coming and joining us. And to my immediate right, our attorney for this board is Mr. Kevin Hugie. Because tonight's meeting is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance of the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier, a sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representatives, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media that have also requested declaration of our meeting have also been notified. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals, zoning-related on administrative decisions. The BZA is authorized to hear and to decide an appeal only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged an error was in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the enforcement, administration of any zoning-related regulations. A 2/3 quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district upon demonstrating that such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified in the zoning and land development regulation ordinance, also referred to as ZELDAR. The BZA must find the special exception request meet all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to approve a special exception, and a simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of the ordinance where such an action will not be contrary to the public interest and where owing to conditions particular to the property and are not the results of the actions or situations of the applicant. A literal enforcement of this code will result in unnecessary and undue hardship, and such a variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of the State of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meet all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant the variance. A simple majority is required to grant the variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to hear or to be heard in the order to assist this board in gathering evidence that is pertinent to each case. If a board member of the BZA feels a need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding, and we can take no action that would neglect their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant agent for each case. The information is now considered evidence and is entered into this permanent record of the body. It is assumed to be complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or deny special exception or a variance request. It is also our authority, we are authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be certified mail to the applicant and regular U.S. mail to the neighbors and community members of interest. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Land and Zoning Department to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting. A 1-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or has been diligently pursued. However, if an applicant request is denied or disapproved, and an applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, appeals must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within this time limit deprives this court of its jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided or presented to this body is considered evidence, and this board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements were made either in writing or orally. Therefore, each person who wishes to address this board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before they provide testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this procedure, those wishing to speak, we will ask that you please stand as a group, and Ms. Workin will administer the oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say, I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
If by some means you change your mind and you want to speak, you still need to stand up and take that oath prior to speaking with us. Okay, let's get that out. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limiting to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand and state his or her name and current address for the record before presenting testimony that is pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask for those speaking either in support or opposition of each case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to the opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public, and then finally the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific facts of finding and conclusion of law. Tonight we have 10, yes, I said 10 new cases to see and hear tonight. And our first case will be submitted by Mr. Hare, and that will be case BZA 03-26-0095. Mr. Hare.
The applicant and property owner Joshua Bettinger of Back to Basics Branding LLC is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 3142 Bonanza Road, TMS number 30709000008 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence constructed in 1965 with 3 bedrooms. The applicant proposes to operate the residence as an extended home rental by offering all 3 bedrooms for rent, accommodating a maximum of 8 guests, and providing 5 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance ZELDAR. As you'll see in the table below, bedroom 1 will have a max of 2 guests. Bedroom 2 will have a maximum of 2 guests. Bedroom 3 will have a maximum of 3 guests. And then there will be a study/suite with a sleeper sofa, maximum 1 guest, totaling 8. This is the location of the property. Oh, sorry. Since the property is not owner occupied, it does not qualify as a limited home rental, and it must be reviewed as an extended home rental in accordance with the ZELDAR requirements. This is the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to STRs in the R4 low density residential zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, aerials of the property here. We posted the property on April 1st of 2026. Here are pictures of the subject property, single-family residence and its parking, pictures of adjacent properties, and Bonanza Road. This is the site plan, the tenant notice, and the plat. The property owner has indicated that they will manage the rental operations themselves. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3, and we did receive 1 public comment in opposition to this case. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Is there any questions?
Former, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick questions. I'm not real familiar with Ponderosa. Is Ponderosa all in the in the city, or is it just county? Is it a donut hole out there? That's my first question. And then also, are there any Airbnb short-term rentals that have been approved in the Ponderosa subdivision?
Yeah. So from what I can see on our GIS, it looks like the whole entire neighborhood is in the county's jurisdiction. There isn't any in the city.
So it's not in the city. It's all county.
From what I can see, it looks like the whole
So
county.
the city has no jurisdiction. So there wouldn't be any city short-term rentals in there. This would all just be county stuff. And are there any county ones in that area?
Within the 300-foot radius, there were 0, but just outside, I would say about 500-foot radius, there was 3 that we saw active.
There were 3 of them? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
That's all I have for staff.
Very good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Anybody else on my right have a question?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hare. As usual, you're very thorough. I had a question as whether septic or sewer.
That would be a question for the applicant. We didn't ask that on our application. Yes, sir.
All right. Because I'm concerned, you have septic tanks that are rated for bedrooms and not for people, and you're worried about the environmental impact that it may have. Second question is, I see, looking at the architectural site plan, which appears to be very well done, but it's showing 5 parking spaces, but when I look at the photographs, it's showing 4. So are they taking the 5th one and just parking it in the yard, or is there I don't see a dedicated space for 5 vehicles?
One of the spaces in the front lawn, but there's no restrictive in there's no restrictions in our ordinance regarding all parking spaces have to be on concrete or asphalt or anything like that. So.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And he needed to show 5, and he showed 5 on the site plan.
Reason I'm concerned, often where I live, you'll see people, it looks like a used parking lot where people park, and that always causes the neighbors a lot of heartache, if you will.
Yeah.
But not your issue, I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Neal?
I just have a follow-up on parking. I mean, how many spots are required? Because if the other 3 bedrooms, he only has to have 4 parking spots, but doesn't he have 5?
He needs to have 5. 2 parking spaces for the dwelling unit.
Oh,
and
and
then
then
parking
1
space
for each
per
bedroom. You're right.
So
Okay.
totaling 5.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anyone on my left have a question? Thank you. Thank you, board. Is the applicant present? Very good. One of you at a time, please.
Oh,
Please come forward. State your name and address for the record, and please tell us why. Thank you. There you
Sorry,
go.
I'm so short. Sorry.
No, that's quite okay. We want to hear what you have to say. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Yes, my name is Shelby Bettinger, 2951 Bolton Road, here on behalf of 3142 Bonanza Road. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our purpose for wanting to establish the short-term rental and address some of the potential concerns of the community impact, since I know we did receive an opposing comment to kind of clarify some of those things. We originally purchased the home in November. We both have passion for home renovations and hosting, and we also have family. All of our family lives in Michigan, and we have a 5-year-old daughter, and our family likes to come visit, and we're running out of room at our home. So it's a great opportunity to have a place to have our family come visit and have room for them. But obviously, as a small family, in order for a family like ours to afford a setup like that, we needed to plan to offset the cost, which is why we've applied for the short-term rental permit. We live actually in the neighborhood next door to Ponderosa. We ride our bikes in Ponderosa. We ride our golf cart in Ponderosa. So we understand what some of the neighbors might be thinking when they hear short-term rental. Similar in size, character, and resident makeup. And we greatly value that quiet and close-knit community and look forward to contributing and protecting that same spirit on Bonanza. We've greatly improved the appearance of the property since purchasing in November. We've completely renovated the inside and exterior. We've painted. We've put up privacy fencing, landscaping. We had filled an entire dumpster full of bricks and glass and all sorts of debris that was in the yard, greatly improving the appearance of the yard and the backyard as well that's neighboring those other homes. Also contributing to higher property values with enhancing the appearance of that property. Many neighbors have stopped by to introduce themselves, to share how much they love what we've done. We've had people honk the horn and put thumbs up out their window at us while we've been working. So we know that they're really enjoying what we've done there. Any concerns about upholding the current character of the neighborhood hopefully have been addressed by this new upgraded state of the property, and the knowledge that short-term rentals are typically maintained at a higher standard due to that increased visibility and their review-based nature on Airbnb and VRBO and apps like that. We've also added privacy fencing surrounding the backyard to buffer any noise and enhance privacy, and intend to set strict quiet hour rules for guests on our online profiles. We do live less than a mile away, so we can easily maintain the yard, make sure the lawn is mowed, the landscaping is maintained, trash and recycling collection is managed, and ensure that the house rules are being followed. We completely repaved and extended the driveway, significantly upgrading the parking space for the home, and intend to limit the rental occupancy to mitigate any parking issues that may affect neighbors. Tourism is a major economic driver in Charleston, and that represents roughly 1 in 5 jobs in our area. So we feel like visitors like those who may book stays in our home would greatly enhance the economy there for our neighbors. Quick response in reference to the comments of concern that were left. One of the comments was that there were plenty of nearby hotels and apartments, and we feel like these don't necessarily serve the same purpose as a short-term rental. Families and traveling professionals often seek a short-term residential style experience and often integrate more respectfully into neighborhoods where short-term rentals are present. It's been much easier and more comfortable for families like ours who have young children who want a refrigerator and a kitchen to be able to make meals and afford vacations. Short-term rentals can also serve to introduce those looking to relocate to the area. We've had several friends stay at short-term rentals while they transition to new homes or apartments, which can actually introduce those folks to neighborhoods like Ponderosa in a more meaningful way. Another comment that was left was the issue of housing availability in Charleston. A single property operating as a short-term rental is unlikely to meaningfully impact overall housing supply. In fact, by helping to provide supplemental income to property owners and small families like ours, it helps to offset rising costs and and allows us to remain in neighborhoods long-term, supporting community stability. Another comment was stress on public services, and as owners of the home, we're obligated to pay taxes, obviously, to directly support that local infrastructure and services. Also, those who may not have extensively researched the short-term rental process and regulations may not know that there is the maximum of 144 days that the property may be rented during that single calendar year.
Okay.
Is that it? Sorry.
Okay. I was
Okay.
trying to get your attention. Good.
Okay.
So you did a very good job presenting.
Okay, thank you.
So let me see if I have some board members that would love to ask a few questions. And
Absolutely.
I think starting to my left, I'm going to start over here and see if anyone has a question. Anyone? You okay right now? I know I got some on my right.
I think she answered all my questions.
Did you say you're on septic or you on sewer?
It is sewer.
Okay, so we don't have to be concerned about the stress on the facilities.
Correct.
And you answered another question that I would have asked about trash, because I learned since I've become on this board that short-term rentals generate a lot more trash than others. I think the county will provide you with extra trash cans as needed. And you said you live close by, so you'll see that the trash cans are taken out, because often people leave on days when there's no trash collection. You'll ensure that they don't stay out, get knocked over by dogs, and you'll be able to take them in. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Those are the questions that I had. I am concerned about the working people when we take property off the market and put it on short-term rentals instead of accommodating working folks. That worries me, but it's not within our parameters. So that's just a comment. But what do you do during the rest of the year? Does the house just stay vacant?
Yeah, so one of the reasons, as I said in my introduction, that we wanted this house was to provide a space for our family and friends in Michigan to stay, kind of an extension of our home, because like I said, we're less than a mile away. So it will be very convenient to have Grandma and Grandpa stay and be able to pick up our daughter from school and things like that. So it would actually help us out a lot.
Very good. You're checking off all the boxes. Thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple just quick ones. Do y'all have any other, does your group or you and your husband own any other short-term rentals that are approved by any other municipality or the county?
No, sir.
So this is your only one?
Yes.
I thought you mentioned you had some other ones. Have you reached out to this person that made the public comment, Mr. Ferguson? It looks like it lives down the street, 3133 Bonanza Road. I was wondering, have you had a chance to reach out to this person, or does you know this person?
I have not yet. We looked up the property online to see who actually owned the home, and it was not his name. So I was concerned that maybe it was a renter or something like that. So I'm not really sure if that's appropriate.
Mr. Hare, could you pull up the map of either the aerial or the? That's fine. Whatever shows like her neighbors, right there is fine. That's fine, either one of those. So it looks like you have houses on each side of you and across the street. Have you reached out to any of those neighbors prior to tonight's meeting on letting them know that you've applied for short-term rentals and they have your contact information and stuff like that?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. We have spoken to each on either side, directly across the street and next door. Actually, one of the neighbors one day got to our garbage can before we did, Mr. Ray, and so we're well acquainted with those neighbors. We have not gone as far down to
But you've
meet.
gone to left side and right side and maybe across the
And
street
across
a little
the
bit?
street. Mhm.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown, you had a question?
No, sir.
Okay. Anyone on my left? No? How are you going to deal with noise? And how will you be advertising your rental?
Yeah, so we intend to use Airbnb and probably VRBO as well once we kind of get this established and approved. The noise, we did put up a privacy fence, which was chain link before, to make sure that that's high enough and can take care of that. And then also, we definitely will put in our house rules that they have to maintain the regular quiet hours that any resident would have to maintain in that area.
What kind of fence you said you're going to put up again?
We put up a large privacy fence all around the backyard
A wood
of the
fence,
property.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good. Just a tool. I don't know if a board member put this in. They make products that you can place in the home that will alert you if a certain noise decimal is reached. That helps. Okay?
Interesting. Thank you.
All right. If anyone else doesn't have a comment, I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
One thing I just wanted to clarify, that the county doesn't have trash pickup or provide trash cans. Those are done by the public service districts.
Thank you, Ms. Working. Any general discussion? Very good. Board members, therefore, I would like to get a motion to approve or deny this particular case. Would anyone help? Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
prepared to make a motion to approve in this case, BZA 03-26-00950. The applicable law is contained in Zelda 6.8.2 C1, 1 through 3. And I say that first, we've looked at each one of these. Has been a proper investigation. I'm satisfied that all criteria have been met. The property has been posted. We have jurisdiction to decide this case. Specifically, I would refer to the criteria set forth in 6.8, 2C 1 through 3. It's compatible, or it's not incompatible with existing uses in the vicinity. There's no appearance that it will, as far as I can tell, and I would find that it doesn't adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. I would also find that adequate provision, and an excellent job was done, by the way, of showing that an adequate provision has been made for things like setbacks, buffering, fences, noise, protection of the community, fencing, landscaping. I did not know that people could park wherever they wanted on the lawn, but that's not my issue. I've got to follow the law. The property appears to be protected from adverse influences such as noise, traffic, congestion. There's a provision for trash and regularly checking on this because the applicant lives in very close by. Number 3, the third condition is whether, and this is perhaps as important, if not more so than the rest, it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and laws and standards. So that's my motion, subject to the 4 recommendations presented by staff.
Very good. Can I get a second? Second. Okay. I have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Any general discussion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, it is unanimous. Congratulations. Your application has been approved within 10 days. You will be getting information from our staff, letting you know the next steps in the process. So thank you for coming tonight, and I hope that you have a great day, and I hope this works out well for you. Good. Good night. So our next case, Mr. Hare again, is case BZA 02-26-00948.
All right, the applicants and property owners Mark and Jana Lepson are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 2149 Stonewood Drive, TMS number 343-0600042 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the south, the west, and north are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district, while adjacent parcels to the east and the southeast fall under the jurisdiction of City of Charleston. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence constructed in 1950 with 3 bedrooms. The applicant proposes to operate the residence as an extended home rental by offering only 1 bedroom for rent, accommodating a maximum of 4 guests, and providing 3 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance ZELDAR. And the parking space within the carport is clear and available to the STRP guests' use. You'll see in the table, the 1 bedroom, there are proposing a maximum of 2 guests, and then the living room will have a sleeper sofa, maximum 2 guests, totaling 4 total. The property is not owner occupied. It does not qualify as a limited home rental, and it must be reviewed as an extended home rental under ZELDAR requirements. This is the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to STRs in the R4 low density residential zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, aerials of the property. We posted the property on April 1st of 2026. Here are pictures of the subject property, adjacent properties, Stonewood Drive, the site plan, tenant notice, and the plat. The property owners have indicated that they will manage the rental operations themselves. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the Board decides to approve the application, the Board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And 5, the parking spaces within the carport shall remain clear and available for use by the STRP guest. Is there any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Hare. Is the applicant present? Yes, ma'am. Please come to that podium. You may want to pull it up just a little bit, that mic, that is. And please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Yeah, my name is Kara Leapson Alford. My address is 2124 Edisto Avenue, Charleston 29412. I am intimidated by following that excellent proposal because I did not write out something, but my case is somewhat similar. My parents actually recently purchased this home. I'm the representative for the property. They are the property owners. My husband and our 2-year-old twins live a block away. So they purchased the home in an effort to have a place to come down from Virginia and stay close to us and not be all up in our way with our 2-year-old babies. And so they could get a good night's sleep. In an effort to offset the expenses of the home, we were hoping to apply for a permit to be able to have short-term rentals in the space no more than the allotted time that the county requires, 144 days per year. As I mentioned, I live a block and a half away, so I will be maintaining the property, leaf blowing, taking the trash in and out. We have the same schedule, and overseeing all the guests and anybody who's staying at the home, whether it's family or friends. Riverland Terrace is a really special neighborhood, and I've lived there now for 8 years. So I've seen the impact, both positive and negative, of short-term rentals in our neighborhood. And our intention with the Stonewood property is for it to seamlessly fit into all the people who come to the terrace for its unique quirks and benefits and location. We intentionally are keeping the occupancy super low. We could have reworked the parking situation to be able to house more people, but we really want to keep the occupancy at minimum so that there aren't parties or large groups staying in the home. It's a really quiet neighborhood, so we really are targeting families and also people who can afford the cost per night in that house, which means we're going to be keeping the cost higher, which will hopefully weed out some of groups who may be there for the wrong reasons or intending to, have parties or host events in the house. We'll maintain rules, of course, to keep the volume low in the home and respect the house rules. I think that's really my case.
Okay, you didn't do too bad. You did all right.
Thank you.
You holding your own, but
Give me your question.
You ready for them?
Yeah, let's go.
So, I like her enthusiasm, don't you? You said that you and your husband are going to manage this property.
Yes.
Do you guys have any experience doing things of this magnitude?
Not quite. I have I've managed staff and teams in my work, but not rentals. But I feel pretty competent in that and confident as well.
Good. Okay, let's see. All right, we got Mr. Brown and Mr. Neal. We're going to start with Mr. Brown. He has a question for you.
We're just going to see, have you reached out to the neighbors?
Yes, we have.
All around, all sides, and problems
Our
there?
immediate neighbors on one side actually have helped with some of the maintenance that we've done with the house after we purchased it. He's been sort of like a handyman help to our property, which has been wonderful. And next door is another great family who actually asked, once we get approved, if they can have their friends and family stay there. So we've exchanged phone numbers and are friendly and hope to be able to host neighbors and be the sort of like, space for families who need extra room in our neighborhood.
And you're going to be available at 3 o'clock in the morning when somebody's too loud or something's going on?
I don't sleep at all because I have twins. Yeah, my phone goes off and I hear it, the vibrate. Yes, sir, I will. Okay. I'll be very accessible. As I said, too, we're just a block away, so super easy to get to.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Brown asked most of my questions for me, which was helpful. Not hiring a professional management company is not a negative. Just some of the things that will help are putting out signage of how to contact you, whether it's by email or whatever, because you might have some neighbors that you don't know that are having a problem or an incident that if they're not going to go on Airbnb to try to find out and locate you. So having some type of, any questions, contact this email or phone number or something like that. But it sounds like I like the comment about keeping the guest number low, because that does help the neighborhoods and the impact into the neighborhood. So thank you for doing that. That's very noticeable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Anyone on my left?
Good advice. Thank you.
Anyone on my left have a question? Back on my right. Well, thank you. So you didn't do too bad after all.
All right. How about that? No notes.
How about that? Okay. Oh,
thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. It's closed to the public. Board members, do we have any general discussion? Mr. Neal's going to give me a motion, I believe.
You were right.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Case BZA 0226000948, 2149 Stonewood Drive. I am making a motion for approval for the special exception for short-term rental properties. I feel that it meets all three of the criteria for this application. So I believe it meets criteria number one, which is compatible with existing uses of the vicinity, will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. Her testimony and application has a minimal impact of only 4 guests being maximized. So I think that's taking into consideration to the general community. So we appreciate that it meets that criteria. Criteria number 2, adequate provision is made to exist such items as setback buffering, including fences, landscaping to protect adjacent properties, along with such impacts such as noise, traffic and congestion, trash and parking. She's testified that she's going to adhere to all of those issues. She's notified her neighbors. There's no one here meeting any objections, and there was no public comments from the objections, so I feel we've met that criteria. Criteria number 3, complies with all applicable rules and regulations and laws and standards of the ordinance, but not limited in conditions for site plan review requirements of this ordinance. It clearly meets this. The application is in full order. I would like to add, as part of my approval for motion, the 3 criteria that staff comments have added. And that's my motion. 4 or 3?
5.
Number 5.
Oh, I missed one.
Yes, all 5, excuse me. 5 comments in staff. That's my motion.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a second. Do we have any other general discussion?
One thing that maybe the audience may know or might not know, that usually statistics show that with short-term rentals, the property is typically cared for to a much greater degree than for long-term rentals. And in this case, there's excellent reasoning and a basis for this application. As a grandparent times 8 with twins, I'm sure your parents will ensure that the property is even better cared for than what we might otherwise expect. So I was pleased to second the motion.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. Well, Abidal, you got through escape-free. It's been approved. So within the next 10 days, you will be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much. Good night. Our next case will be done by Mr. Hare, BZA 03-26-00949.
The applicant and property owner, Henry Wilborn, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 1878 Chelsea Court, TMS number 351-03-00029, in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the north, east, and the west are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district, while adjacent parcels to the south, the southeast, and the southwest, and the northwest fall under the jurisdiction of the city of Charleston. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence constructed in 1973. The applicant proposes to operate the residence as an extended home rental by offering 4 bedrooms for rent, accommodating a maximum of 8 guests, and providing 4 on-site parking spaces in the driveway in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, and 2 additional parking spaces in the garage are reserved for use by the homeowners and will remain clear and available for the homeowners' use. You'll see in the table here, bedroom 1, they're proposing a maximum of 2 guests, as well as bedroom 2, 3, and 4, totaling their 8 proposal of max guests. The property is not owner-occupied, so it does not qualify as a limited home rental, and it must be reviewed as an extended home rental under ZELDAR requirements. This is the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to STRs in the R4 low-density residential zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, aerials of the property. We posted on April 1st of 2026. Here are pictures of the subject property, adjacent properties, and Chelsea Court. This is the site plan, tenant notice, and the plat. The property owner has indicated that they will manage the rental operations themselves. Just a little bit of background on this property. In the fall of 2025, the Zoning and Planning Department mailed approximately 115 notice of violation letters to property owners in the unincorporated Charleston County who are in violation of the STR ordinance. The goal of this effort was, and it continues to be, to bring properties into compliance. The property owners who ignored that notice and maintained active listings or continued to rent were issued citations by the Code Enforcement Division. For 1878 Chelsea Court, staff research using Rentalscape software showed that the property had been rented illegally for more than 72 days, but fewer than 144 days prior to issuance of the NOV. The property owner cooperated by removing the listing and ceased all rental activity immediately upon receipt of the notice. If the BZA were to approve this request, the property owner can obtain all required permits and resume renting the property legally, and the violation hold can be lifted. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the Board decides to approve the application, the Board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. Is there any questions?
Mr. Neal has a question for you, Mr. Hare.
Yeah, I've got 2, one real easy one, and then the second one, a little bit more detail about the compliance letters. The first one is the scale drawing, and I'm asking, well, I'm mentioning scale drawing. Is this actually the scale, per scale to, it says it's 1 to 20, but I don't see a key or anything like that on it. And I know that was an issue we've had before.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need the key. As long as they provide us with the scale, we're able to, with our review system, we're able to calibrate the measurements.
Okay, so this meets,
system. So it meets.
It looks like that, I mean, this is done in-house. It's not professionally done, which is fine.
Which we don't require. But,
Right.
We make sure that it is to scale. They don't have to provide us with a key. I mean, it's nice if they do,
Okay,
but
that's
we're
fine.
able to calibrate and
That's
measure.
all I was asking, just for consistency. You mentioned the notice and delinquency or whatever, non-compliance. Give me a little bit more timeline. Did we notice about the timeline? When was a letter sent out? And then when did they apply for this?
Yeah, letters were sent out in November of last year.
November of 25.
Well, it was the span of October and November because there was a lot of letters and we didn't send them out all at once. But we weren't allowing people at that time to apply that year. One, it kind of just for a lot of reasons it didn't make sense.
Wait a minute, you said that you weren't allowing them to apply to get
In
the short-term rental?
2025, some of them have already rented 72 to 144. So even if they were to get a permit that year, they wouldn't be able to rent out because they had already maxed out on their days for 2025. So we required them to take down the listing and come January 1st of 2026, they were allowed to reply or reapply or apply for a
So
permit.
they did take down their listing or they did not?
They did.
They took it down.
This property owner did.
Okay, so then
And then-
when did they apply?
Let me go look.
Because, I mean, that's kind of important if you're going to bring up a notice about saying that they were in non-compliance. It would be.
You have to remember too that.
I'm sorry?
The application date is the date we process the application. Some of these applications are coming in 2 months before we have a chance to process. We're like
So
booked up until
we don't
July
know
right
when
now.
they applied?
No, I can tell you. Hold on, give me one
We
second.
know what day we processed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can say that for the applicant.
Yeah.
February 5th of 2026 is when he
Okay,
filled out the application.
okay. All right, well, that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown?
Another question about the site plan. Is there any kind of regulation as to all parking needs to be on inside the property lines or as long as it's off the street?
Yeah, it needs to be inside the property line, so he can't be in the right-of-way or street area, which he complies with. That site plan does.
Okay, I just see a line that appears to run through the back part of a parking spot, so I just noticed it and was curious.
Let me see.
The the furthest in parking spot also looks a little crooked, but conveniently avoids the property line.
Yeah. So
anyway, the one at the street is the one I was curious about because if you extend the property line across, it is hanging out beyond. So
yeah, typically with a corner that small, our stormwater department, if there is a parking space in the right of way, will kick back the site plan in their review process, which it was reviewed by stormwater and approved. And I think typically with that small of a space, they approved it. So, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Anyone else? You had a question?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Mr. Hager, this may be for the applicant, but for how long, how many years did the applicant operate in violation of law? And what was the explanation for operating outside the law?
I won't speak to an explanation. That would be a good question for the applicant. I can pull up here though and see what the listing, how long it was been on. Give me 1 second. Looks like the listing that we see went up in July of 2024. So.
Well, you've done an excellent job, and commend you for attempting to bring folks into compliance that are not obeying the law. I'm concerned about criteria number 3, and I think this is for the applicant, but criteria number 3 is to ensure compliance going forward. I'm assuming you have the ability to ensure that they'll comply in the future. This sounds like this is a short term. This was not somebody that's been habitually operating outside the law.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
I had one more question. How often do these reviews take place of looking for the people that are running these outside the law? How often do y'all do these checks?
When we get the time, we do, and then we have our a person in our code enforcement that helps as well, because it's just me that does the short-term rental application. So it's two of us.
I'm just trying to
We
understand the
monitor as soon
process.
as we can. Yeah,
Yeah,
as
but
much
you're
as we
not
can.
like every 42 days we're running a check or anything like that. It's more of a,
Not right now. No.
Okay.
It's when, yeah. I mean, there's multitudes of ways we could get complaints and things like that, but we also use our software as well to monitor.
I'm just wondering about the, looking at this, whatever system you referenced earlier, how often you're running those checks.
Yeah.
He's trying not to give up too much game, okay? All right. All right.
You never know when, I guess, one of those is going to happen. That's-
Exactly.
He
yeah.
can answer that
I like that.
offline. All right. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant? Okay, we got someone. There we go. Very good. Please state your name and address for the record. But before, I think you came in after we sworn in everybody. Would I be correct?
No, I was standing right back there when she swore in.
Very good. Thank you. Please state your name and
Yeah,
address for the
Henry.
record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Henry Wilborn, 1878 Chelsea Court, Charleston, South Carolina. That house is a house that I lived in there for 25, 30 plus years. So I'm well aware of the neighborhood and that area. The neighbors in that area are family members and good friends of mine. My kids back there, we lived in that house for a couple of years up until the time that we left. In July, that's when we left. That's when I went and I moved to the house that I live in now, which is in North Charleston. During that process, I put it up. I put the listing up. It got lost and I was making money off of it. It was, providing for my family, whatever the case is. And in the process of moving and all that other stuff like that, I lost track of trying to get the application and put in for everything to be approved at that time. As soon as I got notified about it, I did everything that I was supposed to do, and this is where we're at today.
Okay. That's quick. Anything else you want to?
I mean, besides the fact that I, lived in that neighborhood for 30 plus years, I have another house downtown. It's 147 Spring Street. I manage that property myself, which still operates and manages. It's successfully being managed right now at a 4.9% rating. Before the listing got took down at Chelsea Court, the rating on that was a 4.9. So I'm providing a standard of living for people who come to my houses or come to my properties.
Okay. So you're doing Airbnb, Verbo, downtown on Spring Street?
On Spring Street, yeah.
Okay. And you've been doing that for how long?
I've been doing that since 2020.
Okay. All right. Let's see if anyone on my left has a question. I have to start to you every now and again. Okay. Anybody on my right? All right. I'm going to start with Mr. Brown first. I'd like to switch it up a little bit.
You say you're managing the properties directly, or you're having somebody?
So Spring Street, up until 2 years. So 2020, I started. 2020, I had a company managing it, and then I took over the listing, and then I started managing myself.
Okay. So you're the one they call at 3 a.m. if there's problems or something's happening.
That's correct.
You're the one to call.
That's
you're
correct.
the one that handles. Are you having to go out and do the trash? Or are you taking trash down to the street?
I do the trash. As far as plumbing, cleaning, HVAC, I have a team of guys that I work with that take care of everything that needs to be taken care of. As far as complaints, as far as noise and things like that, there has not been too many complaints about that. But if there is, the neighbor next door, I know him. He calls me. He lets me know that there's noise, and then I call or I text the guest directly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just general questions on the compliance issue here that I think is somewhat being raised. You mentioned the property on Spring Street. which is in the city of Charleston, is that registered with the city of Charleston as a short-term rental?
Yes, it is.
So you've got a permit for that?
It's permitted and it's registered, yes.
And
I pay taxes on it and all that stuff like that.
That's good. And the vendors that you use on 1878 Chelsea that you've referenced, they all have business licenses registered with the county?
That's correct.
They do.
They do.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to get this straightened out with the county. It's becoming more frequent where we have an opportunity to ask questions related to how the operations have been going at an existing Airbnb or STR. And so I'm just curious, you mentioned your neighbors at Chelsea Court. Are they supportive of you and the efforts to rent this out as short-term rental? Have they had any complaints?
They haven't. Ms. Blair next door, she's in her 70s. I've known her for 30 years. I told all of my neighbors in that area what I planned on doing. They were supportive of it. Not only because I live there, because I know them personally. My cousin who lives a catty corner to me, he has a camera that points across his driveway into my front yard. So anything that happens along with that, he gives me a call and he says like, hey, something's going on, you need to take care of it, blah, blah, blah. And then, I take care of it.
Well, good deal. All right. Thank you for coming tonight.
Yeah.
Any more questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. The case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any question of staff? Any general discussion? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need a motion to approve or deny this case. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to make a motion for BZA case 0326000949. I guess I'm pleased to see that he is trying to get things back into compliance. And so with that, I'm willing to make a motion to approve this special exception. I believe it meets all three of the criteria mentioned in Zeldar. Criteria number one, compatibility, and it's compatible with existing uses in the vicinity. It's a single-family home in a neighborhood. It's going to maintain that level of character and appearance and function in the neighborhood. Nothing's really going to change with that. It has adequate provisions been made or exist for items such as setbacks, buffering, fences, and landscaping. All that's in place. All the existing landscaping and natural buffers are going to remain, so I believe it meets that criteria. And number three, there's complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of the ordinance. I believe it meets all of those. Submitted the site plan that's been reviewed by Storm and by the city, by the county. And he also, the notice of violation was given, he pulled it out, and so now he's getting back into compliance for that. So I make my motion for approval, and also based on the four conditions stated by staff.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Do we have a second? All right, Ms. Smith. Any general discussion? Board members, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. It is a unanimous. So congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved within 10 days of this meeting. You'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps to the process, okay? Thank you so very much. Good night. And those kids are very well behaved back there. I tell you, that's great. Good night, kids. They did a great job. Our next case BZA 0326000951.
All right, the applicant and property owner Florence Smith is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 1244 Venning Road, TMS number 56214000020 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the north, east, and south are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district, while adjacent parcels to the west, northwest, and southwest fall under the jurisdiction of the town of Mount Pleasant. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence constructed in 1963 with 3 bedrooms. The applicant proposes to operate the residence as an extended home rental by offering all 3 bedrooms for rent. accommodating a maximum of 6 guests and providing 6 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZELDAR. As you'll see in the table on the slide here, bedroom 1, 2, and 3, they're proposing a maximum of 2 guests in each of those bedrooms, totaling 6. The property is not owner occupied. It does not qualify as a limited home rental, and it must be reviewed as an extended home rental in accordance with the ZELDAR requirements. This is the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to STRs in the R4 low density residential zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, aerials of the property. We posted on April 1st of 2026. Here are pictures of the subject property, single-family residence, its parking, adjacent properties, and Venning Road. Here's the site plan, tenant notice, and the plat. The property owner has indicated that they will manage the rental operations themselves. Just a little bit of background. In the fall 2025, Zoning and Planning Department mailed approximately 115 notice of violation letters. The property owners in the unincorporated Charleston County who were in violation of STR ordinance for 1244 Venning Road. Staff's research using Rentalscape software showed that the property had been rented illegally for more than 72 days, but fewer than 144 days prior to the issuance of the notice of violation. The property owner had cooperated and removed the listing and ceased all rental activity immediately upon receipt of the notice. If the BZA approves this request, the property owner can obtain all required permits and resume renting the property legally, and the violation can be lifted. And they did submit their application on January 10th of 2026. Nice. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Mr. Neal has a question.
Yeah, can you go to the, thank you, Mr. Hare, can you go to the aerial Google map view of the property? That one, yeah. You zero in on that, I don't know if it's my copy that I'm looking at. Are there 2 houses on this property, or is it just one and that's a shed or something?
There is a second structure on the property. However, they're not proposing to rent out the back structure.
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because now if you go to their site plan is showing parking, and it seems like that parking would be very close to the second house that's not shown on the site plan. So I was just kind of wondering. Yeah. There you go.
So
nothing there.
Yeah. So we went they applied on January 10th. So as you can imagine, we've went back and forth a good amount before their application was approved. They have submitted a site plan with the structure showing in the back, so we know that it does. There's no violations there with that structure and how it sits. And we do know the placement of it, but we needed a revision to their site plan, and this was what submitted. It meets the parking requirements in our review. So,
but it doesn't show the other house, so it's not really an accurate site plan, is it? I mean,
yeah. We can show the other.
I'm not declaring the answer to that. If the site plan is supposed to have everything on it, and if it doesn't have the second house, how do we know that the parking is not going to intrude in the area of the footprint of the other? We don't know how the parking happens for the other house. And this might be a question for the applicant, but that's just where I am.
Yeah, we don't know what's the use of the other structure, but we do know that parking does fit for that structure.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll save my question for the applicant, Mr. Chair.
That's a good answer. Mr. Brown, I'm coming to you, Mr. Truesdale, next.
Just clarifying, there is a separate parking area for that adjacent structure on the property. Is that what you're saying?
We don't know.
There's no driveways there. There's gravel in certain areas, so there's no designated driveway to each structure. I don't even think there's a driveway on the property. So I don't know what you mean by designated.
Well, I
for-
mean, I just,
for each structure.
okay. That helps a little bit.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Working handed, I'll pass this down. This is looks like an updated site plan, but it looks like it's different from the.
Updated plan.
Oh, the
That
first-
one's not to scale.
Oh, this one's not a scale. So there's just more data here. I don't know if it's confusing or not. So I'll pass this down.
yeah,
It
take your
looks
time and
like
pass
the
it down.
parking is different from what is parking on here. So now we have two different. We have one official one, but we have another one that has a site plan that has different parking from this one. We can say for the applicant.
There you go. That was my response. I was going to say, if we have any other questions about the parking, let's ask the applicant. Mr. Truesdale, you had
No,
a
I was
question
just
on
going
that?
I was going to offer for my colleague some clarification. I happen to drive by there almost on a daily basis. On Rands Hill, there's ample. It shows that there's ample parking, and if you look at page 15 of our 28-page submission that staff has done an excellent job with, you can see where the parking goes in off Rands Road. It's gravel. It goes around, loops in kind of a C, an arc shape. So there's more than enough parking, regardless of the parking directly behind the house. My concern was originally that they might be driving over a septic drain field, but as a practical matter, that isn't what that's not what happens, and that's corroborated. You can see it in these photographs, the top one on the right and the bottom one on the left on page 15. I hope that helps.
All right, let's get the applicant in front of us. Is the applicant present? Very good, thank you. Please pull that mic down. We want to be able to hear every word you have to say. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application. Please be mindful, we have a few questions that you probably already heard, so if you want to start, please make sure you address those questions initially.
Okay,
Well, I'm sorry, were you sworn in?
no.
All right, so we're going to take this time just for a moment before we start the clock to get you sworn in. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Florence Smith. My address is 1237 Timothy Bostic Lane, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464.
Would you say that one last time, just a little bit louder so we can hear you, and maybe pull that mic down closer?
Okay, my name is Florence Smith. My address is 1237 Timothy Bostic Lane, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464.
Thank you. Please tell us why we should approve your application.
I'm thinking that you should approve my application because of the location and what it means to me as our community exists. I've lived in Mount Pleasant all of my life. I actually am around the corner from this house. I bought this house maybe about 20 years ago. It reminds me of Gala Cottage. It was deemed to be torn down, and I refuse. During Hugo, not a board, not a shingle came off of this house. It looked like it was in a forest. So we respectively decided to save it. I think this is an ideal place for an Airbnb because of the location. It's in a very good area. We're located near restaurants, shopping areas, and to the beach. It's a sweet place for a small family to come and visit us, the Low Country, for a short stay. The neighborhood has accepted this being an Airbnb. Like you said, I ran into a little problems trying to get this within the law of being a rental. During the time that I existed, I had no problems. My neighbors welcomed me very well, and I think it's a sweet addition to our neighborhood. I live right around the corner from the house. I can get there within minutes. During the time I ran, I had no complaints, no partying, And I just think that this is a good place for an Airbnb. And I want to be within what is the requirements for being a short-term rental.
Very good. So are you going to manage this yourself, or have you managed this yourself?
I have.
Yeah. Okay, and you've had some level of good success.
Very.
Very good. Are you a licensed real estate agent or anything like that, a property manager? No?
No.
You're doing a good job then. No complaints. Very good. Let's see if anyone on my left has a question for you. All right, Ms. Smith, we'll start with you.
Hello. If you could just explain to us the property. So there's two houses here?
Yes.
Okay.
The property has a road that's been maintained by Charleston County, which is Rance Hill Road. So there is there's Venning Road running, and then you turn off of Venning Road onto Rance Hill Road. So I have a frontage where you can just turn into each property off of Rance Hill Road.
And do you own both of those properties?
It's all one.
All one.
With two dwellings.
And are there people living in the other one?
Yes.
And you rent that out?
I actually should be renting it out, but because of my sweet grandkids and their mom, I decided to let them live in the house. It's a good school district area, so I know the people that are next door. The neighbor next door, she's been there for 20-some odd years, and she is like the FBI. If anything is going on, she will let you know.
Okay.
Like I say, I'm in walking distance to this house.
And so the other one on the property, you say it's your daughter and her children, so assuming it's just one car there.
Right.
It's not a ton of traffic in and out of this house.
Not a ton of traffic at all.
Okay. That's the end of my questions.
You had a question, Mr. Nelson?
That's my question. I'm good.
Well, see, look what you're doing. You just getting everything out of the way. Do you have a question, Ms. Smith? All right, down here on my right. Any questions?
I had one question. I'm always concerned about I try to be concerned about the environment. And are you on septic, or is this property on, the two properties on this
We're on
one
septic.
lot?
We're on septic.
And it appears to me that the drain field is between the two houses. And I'm not as concerned as one of my colleagues about parking, because I know I know where you go off of Rains Hill Road, and you've got a gravel space it's adequate. I'd be concerned if cars were parking in the drain field.
They're not. The
Okay,
drain
good.
field runs the opposite
That's
direction.
what I wanted to hear, and I thought that would be the case. Two other things. How long have you been not in compliance with the law? Has this been a short thing with an oversight, or was what? Help me with that. I want to help you, but we have criteria number 3 that we have to be assured that going forward
What
we'll be in
happened
compliance.
was, when the county brought it to the attention that you had to have a license, I applied. Getting all the information accurately done the way that you all want, I tried to do it myself. I failed several times, but I did not give up. So I took it off of Airbnb listing, but I even had a hard time with them. I would have to keep calling them back and telling them I've taken this down. So finally, somebody said, you can't take it down unless you take it down on your calendar. Even though you speak to us personally, you have to do it on your calendar. So every time it would come back up, I would I'd call them and but the place is in such high demand. Well, I am in high demand, but I can't go against the law. So finally, I came in here, and then they sort of helped me to navigate how to go about it.
I hated you have those problems. It's not anything that we can control. My question was, how long had you been operating without a license? And there's a friendly question when I say
It would have been, I think, the first 3 to 4 months of this year.
All right. So not a long. You hadn't been renting it for a long time without a permit. All right. And so, in essence, you're giving me some assurances that going forward you'll be in complete compliance with the law.
I most certainly will be in compliance.
Okay. One more, and this is not in any way a deal breaker, and it's very easy to remedy. But I noticed when I looked at the deed, that it's not, the application is in your name, however, the property is not in your name, it's in a trust.
A living trust.
We can remedy that. I think it's a Latin term called non pro tunc. I had to look it up. I didn't know that before I went to law school, but it means later for now. We can remedy. Are you asking us, I think this is another friendly question, but you're asking us to amend your application so that the correct owner of the property is listed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
How do you, let me go back. No.
Do we have any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Reason I was saying that, Mr. Chairman, was because the property is listed, the title is in another name, but she's
She's heir to it, and then she is also a member of that trust. So she's bringing it as an individual. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Huger, would that be correct? Mr. Huger?
Her application it's in her name.
It's an easy fix regardless.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess,
Where'd she go?
would you please come back up to the podium?
Where's the trust?
It's in a trust.
She the trust.
And I don't know what the terms of trust are.
She the trust.
Are you the trustee or the trust ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. And I'm assuming you have authority to speak on, if you're the trustee, you have authority to speak on behalf of the trust and bring
Yes.
this action on behalf of the trust?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So what the board is concerned with is, one moment, please. So it's really the trust that's renting the property, and it's the trust that's applying for the application. Okay. So we just need to amend your application to show that it's the trust and not you individually, so that the license will match the owner.
Okay.
So it's just something internal, but you can speak to staff. You can speak with Ms. Working, and it's probably just something very simple you'll need to sign. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, board members, for that point of clarity. Thank you, Mr. Truslow, for that point of reference, and thank you, Mr. Hugie, for that point of clarification. And thank you, staff, for making sure that happens in a timely manner. Very good. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application?
Probably.
Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
I do.
Yes.
Well, it's really just a comment. I'm more than likely in the minority on this, but I have an issue with not with the application and the merit of the case. If it was clearly this one issue was not involved, I'd be supporting it. But I don't believe the application has a site plan that is official or accurate. There is testimony, there are sites that show a second house on the property, and we're guessing on a lot of different things. So I can't support a motion to say that this application is concise. And we're supposed to judge things on its merit, and the site plan does not show a second building. If it was a shed, that'd be one thing, but this is a second residence that has no rendering on this thing. Now, I would fully support tabling it, moving it to the next meeting, let her resubmit the site plan and correct it. But I don't see how we can say that it meets criteria number 3 and is in compliance when we have a site plan that is not accurate. So that's the issue I'm having right now. And if I'm the only one, that's fine, I get it. But I'm going to hold that standard to every application, and I feel that the site plan is not accurate. Now, it could delay her by a month or however long, or if we could do it, I don't even know if there's a provision that we can make it a subject to approval to updating the site plan. I would support some type of motion like that. But I don't believe on the merits of this site plan that has been submitted, we have all the information. And I don't want to hold the young lady up because I believe in what she's doing. I don't want to hurt her trust and everything. But this application is not accurate. And that's my comment, and I don't know how to solve it.
Mr. Chair, can
Yes.
I respond? Yeah, Mr. Neal, you bring up a valid point. I would add, we do have testimony from staff that there's adequate parking on the property. And in preparation for this, if you look at images collected by Google Street View, it's pretty obvious and evident that there is sufficient parking on this property. That being said, I would support an additional special condition that would state that a valid site plan that shows all structures on the property be prepared prior to permit issuance.
And thank you, if I may follow. I would support that in a motion if somebody would add that to a special condition that an updated site plan showing both structures and parking for both structures be adhered to. That I would suggest that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions on my left? Any comments? Back on my right? Any comments?
I'm prepared to
Questions
make
of
a
staff?
motion.
Okay, let's hear it.
Mr. Chair, in BZA case 03-26-00951, I would be pleased to make a motion to grant the special exception in that all the criteria required have been met. The law in this case is governed by Zelda Section 6.8.2C 1 through 3. All the criteria have been met. It's already been indicated, first of all, that the application is going to be amended now to reflect who the accurate owner is. There's no criticism. It's just a technical point that the name on the title needs to match the person that's getting the permit. So that's been done. Number one, this is compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or the character of the community. Staff has done an excellent job. We've got the photographs that clearly show where the property is on Venning Road, where Rains Hill Road intersects. The photographs show clearly that there's adequate parking, although we've got a little glitch that we need to take care of that's easily done. We know what the residential area is like. It's in a donut hole in Mount Pleasant for those who might not be familiar with what I'm talking about. It's in the county surrounded by Mount Pleasant. So that's why it's before us. Number two, adequate provision has been made or exists for setbacks. Clearly the setbacks are here. There's clearly buffering, fencing, landscaping. The adjacent properties are protected. In fact, this is a very close-knit community as I understand it to be and believe it to be. The number three, this complies with the applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards. And going forward, I'm satisfied that they'll be in compliance with law. And this is just an oversight, but we've gotten it straight now. This is not a long-term period of non-compliance. I would make my motion subject to the conditions made by staff, which are 4, with one additional one, and this can be done later for now. An argument has been made, and it has merit, that when you submit a site plan, it's got to be in technical compliance with law. And a judge in the past has told us you got to comply strictly with the law. So the point was well made that all you're going to have to do is go back and show the 9 by 18 spaces where there's parking. Clearly there is. It's exhibited on page 18 in at least 2 places that there's an adequate parking, but the law may require that, and we're doing that to protect you, the applicant. So I hope that doesn't cause you any unnecessary trouble. So that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and the conditions?
I said the conditions recommended
Okay.
by staff, and I had the one additional one that my colleague to my left mentioned.
All right, so I take it you're going to second it before I go. You want?
I just want a point of clarification. He was talking about adding the parking on the site plan. The site plan already has the parking. It's showing the second structure.
But in its associated parking.
I just want to make sure it said both, the
In
site
the-
plan needs to have both structures, that's all I asked.
All I understand my colleague is asking is showing accurately where the second house is located. I know they're connected, they're all within the family, but this is the, using a golf term where they say you got to play them as they lie, the court requires us to do this. So if you can accommodate us, I would appreciate it. So I would amend my motion to reflect the siting of the second house.
Are you willing to go along with that amendment? Yes. Okay, he said yes. So that is the motion. Any questions? Any concern, discussion regarding this motion? General discussion. Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Anyone opposes? Okay. It is unanimous. Nevertheless, so this application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff, letting you know the next steps in the process. And other than that, thank you for coming, and good night.
Assault on our trees.
So our next case is case BZA 02-26-00947.
The applicant and property owner Hillary White is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 243 and 245 Louise P. Gardner Street, TMS number 343-03-00245 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the east and the west are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district. Adjacent parcels to the northeast and northwest are within the James Island Maybach Highway Corridor zoning district, specifically the community commercial CC and residential office RO districts. Parcels to the south fall under the jurisdiction of the City of Charleston. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence within an attached one-bedroom accessory dwelling unit above the garage and a detached ADU with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The single-family home and the attached ADU above the garage unit are still under construction, while construction of the detached ADU was completed in 2025. The applicant proposes to operate the property as an extended home rental by offering 1 bedroom in the attached ADU and 2 bedrooms in the detached ADU, accommodating a maximum of 8 guests and providing 8 on-site parking spaces. As you see in the chart, in the detached ADU, 1 bedroom will have a maximum of 2 guests. The second bedroom will have a maximum of 2 guests, and then there will be a living room with a sleeper sofa, proposing a maximum of 2 guests for that room. The attached ADU above the garage, the 1 bedroom, they're proposing a maximum of 2 guests. So if you total that, it's a proposed maximum of 8 guests. Of the 8 parking spaces, 6 are in the driveway and 2 are in the garage. Please note that only 7 spaces are actually required to meet the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance Zeldar parking requirements, with 4 spaces allocated for the homeowner and 3 for the STR use. The property is owner-occupied and eligible for the limited home rental LHR permit. The applicant has not pursued the LHR option and instead seeks a special exception for an extended home rental. Here's the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to the STRs in the R4 low-density residential zoning district. The 300-foot radius map. Here are aerials of the property. We posted on April 1st of 2026. Here are pictures of the subject property. The building in white is the single family, and then the building in green is the detached ADU. Here are pictures of adjacent properties, Louise P. Gardner Street and Conifer Drive. Here is the site plan, the tenant notice for the detached ADU. Here is the tenant notice for the ADU above the garage and the survey. Regarding the, and the property owner has indicated that they will manage the rental operations themselves. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. We did receive 13 public comments in opposition to this case and 11 comments in support. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings and fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, that the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. 4, all parking shall be contained on the property. No parking is permitted on the rights-of-way of Louise P. Gardner or Conifer Drive, nor any private property within the neighborhood. A minimum of 3 on-site parking spaces shall be reserved exclusively for STR guests during periods of rental. The owner shall provide written parking instructions to all guests prior to arrival and display all parking rules inside each ADU. And 5, the total number of rental days for the property shall not exceed 144 days in aggregate per calendar year. This limit applies to the entire property collectively between both structures, and it may not be allocated separately to the attached and the detached ADUs. Is there any questions?
Is anybody, Mr. Brown?
Maybe I'm not understanding the site plan, but I see adequate parking for their 2. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the number of parking spaces over here.
If you need help,
are 4 of them available for the people that live there, the applicants, or?
So the total number they needed to provide was 7. We just kind of went into a little bit more detail between the breakup of 7 total parking spaces, how many are designated for homeowners, and then the rest are for STR. But in total, it just needs to provide 7 parking spaces in compliance with the ZELDAR requirements.
So those 7 include the owner occupant parking as well as the tenants. Okay.
Yeah, we don't typically explain it in that detail, but that's partly why that amount is partially for homeowner, since it is owner occupied. So
okay.
Yep.
Mr. Nelson, you had a question?
So, Mr. Hare, I think Special Condition 5 addresses this, but since there are 2 units to be rented out here, it's still 144 days total for both units.
Correct. They don't get 144 for each. They get it's for both.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions over here on the left? Ms. Mill? Okay, on my right.
I had one. It appears to be, maybe this is a question for the applicant. One of my concerns is again, environmental, but I'm looking at the site plan. Appears very well done, but my question is this: how much permeable versus non-permeable space is there here?
It should be shown on the site plan where their driveway sections are proposed on there.
All right.
Should have a pattern if you see on there.
Well,
it's kind of hard.
I'm sorry,
to see.
It's probably my fault.
Yeah, it's hard to
I can't figure it out. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
What do you got? 30%?
I believe all their parking spaces on a pervious gravel or concrete, but that would be a better question for the applicant.
Impervious or pervious?
I'm not 100% on the material. I'd have to go back and look. Or that they might be able to answer.
All right, I'll ask.
Yeah, whether it's gravel, concrete, I'm not 100%, but there's some sort of material there that the parking spaces are on. It's a driveway. It's showing a driveway. So.
Okay. Well, thank you, board members. Any more questions of staff? Very good. Is the applicant present? Thank you so very much for coming. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Hi, my name's Hillary White, and myself and my husband, DJ Donald Price, are the owners of 245 and 243 Louise P. Gardner. I'll tell you a little bit about ourselves and the property. Before we bought this property, there was a condemned house there that sat there for about 20 years. The whole back of the house was fallen in. There was a mechanic shop. We know the old owner, Wayne McCall, very well. He owned it in the 70s. That was his mechanic shop. There, at some point, some of the neighbors told us there was somebody camping in the shed in the back, and it looked almost like a little homeless encampment back there. and the whole property was overgrown. So we bought the property in 2021. I'm an interior designer. My husband is a general contractor. He works for Harper General Contractors, doing wastewater facilities. And then we also own J Hill Construction, which is residential construction. And we lived in Riverland Terrace right across the street before this, and we've actually done over renovated 20 homes in that neighborhood for other clients, and we have a great reputation in the community, and that's how we have so many clients there. So the property in question, as I said, was overgrown. We came in. I've been wanting to build this house for 20 years. This is our dream home. We will be living on the property in the main house, and our bedroom windows actually face the ADU. So, we are going to be managing it ourselves. DJ is a workaholic. Like, I cannot get him to stop working. So he'll take care of the trash, the yard, and myself. I actually helped frame out the foundation. My dad was a general contractor. I've re-roofed houses. We put up 2 17 crepe myrtles yesterday on the property. We are going to have a continuous 8-foot fence between our property and Fort Conifer. We just haven't finished building it. It also has a bunch of bamboo along that fence as well. This is our personal home. We've invested a great deal into it. We care deeply about both the property and the character of our neighborhood. We've met a lot of our neighbors, and a lot of them are here in support of us and have become like our family. And so we plan on staying here. We have 3 children. My oldest is 21. I have an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old. So I hope to have grandkids, in the near future and have them here. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to say. We do have sufficient off-street parking on our property to accommodate our guests. And as I said, we'll be managing it to manage accountability. Oh, and sewer. We have 2 sewer taps. So it used to be a septic, and now we have 2 sewer taps on the property.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Let's see if anyone has. Well, I got one question for
Okay.
you. You have 2 addresses, but 1 TMS.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why did you go that route and just have 2 addresses and 1 TMS? I know it's been.
I don't know. I think they suggested that when we planned the whole property out. We said from the beginning we wanted to rent the ADU, and I talked extensively to the zoning department. I mean, we talked with them on a daily basis with all our projects, but I can't remember why we did it. I think they just said, I think they made us because we had to have 2 addresses, 245 and 243.
Okay, Mr. Hare is going to give us a point of clarity on that.
Okay.
It is required for emergency purposes. If there was ever an emergency at the detached ADU at 245, that first responders would know which unit to go to. There was a response.
I was trying to pull that out.
Oh, and I'll answer another question that you had about the impervious. So the driveways are pervious pavers, so the water will go through it. You have to get a special kind of brick for that. And we, as you can see, have a very detailed site plan. We had a landscape designer help us with all that. And we did also do a lot of work to mitigate some of the drainage issues. There's a ditch in the back of our property, and we've, got that all done so we could have it drained properly. So I feel we've cleaned up that lot pretty well.
Anyone to my left have a question? Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson.
Ms. White, thank you for coming tonight.
Yes.
My question revolves around the significant amount of correspondence that we have in front of us.
Yes.
And I'm not necessarily going to get into the one neighbor that seems to be the source of a lot of conflict. I have no idea if that'll come up as we proceed through this case tonight. But for the other neighbors on either side of you, do you have a good relationship with them, and are they supportive or against your application tonight?
So there's been drama in our neighborhood before we even moved in there. A lot of neighbors warned me that that's how it was in this neighborhood. And they have been, it's proven true. So, you know, I would like to get along with all my neighbors. Like I said, some have become like our family. We are there every single day. We watch each other's dogs. We have keys to each other's house. They're very excited about our house because we have potlucks all the time. There are some neighbors that, you know, I don't know if there's anything I could do to make them happy, but I actually was going to say, because I would like to, you know, try to smooth things over, but I would be happy to not rent the garage apartment for the 144 days, and just rent the ADU if that's going to make some people happier, but not, you know, I'll rent it like long term.
Well, you do understand, though, that the 144 days applies across the
Yes.
entire property?
Yes. So
Okay.
what I've been told is it would have to be under one listing. So if that's accurate, so like one group of one party would have to rent the garage apartment plus the ADU.
And whether or not they use it, that's just up to you and them, and...
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And also, one more thing I did as an interior designer. We are going to have 8 security cameras on the property. A friend of ours runs an AV company, so. And then also, I am decorating the apartments like with pinks and yellows and floral wallpaper because I specifically was hoping to attract women who I thought would be less partiers. Even though I've been told that, you know, women party a lot as well. But DJ and he wakes up at 5:30 every morning, goes to bed at 9:30. You know, we're usually in bed by 9:30. So, you know, we want it peaceful.
Any more questions on my list?
Thanks. I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to give you a compliment first on your plat. It's very well done, and I have a bias in favor of applications where I'm showing my bias in favor of applications where you're on site to ensure that there's no mischief going on, that noise is kept down, that trash is taken care of, and I'm satisfied regarding that. I do have the same concerns as Mr. Nelson about a lot of adverse or a lot of people that don't want this. That said, I still am trying to get my mind around how much of this entire area, what percentage is permeable versus not?
So, as I said before, it was all zoned properly. So it is under the 40% is non-permeable.
That answers my question.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Okay, well, one of you.
I was not sworn in, so.
Very good. So Ms. Working will.
I do.
Well, thank you so very much for being prudent in that situation. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve this application.
Okay, my name is Lou Betty. I live at 253 Louise P. Gardner. So I am their very next door neighbor.
Very good.
I loved when they purchased it because we had been looking at that, rundown building and that forest in that yard for so long. Building a house is difficult for anyone. So I really appreciated their concern about noise and, it's going to be a noisy thing, building a house. Over the years, we've become friends, and it's awesome to have that type of neighbor. I was cleaning out my garage from when it was built back in 2018. I put, items I no longer needed in front of the house for the county to pick up. Another week, it's still sitting there, another week. DJ helped and put it in his, he's like, oh, they think it's construction, from this house. They're not going to pick it up. So he put it in his own trailer. One day I'm cutting things, and I cut the tip of my finger off. I'm like, oh my gosh, I was afraid about going into shock. I called one neighbor. The next thing I know, 3 of them are in, DJ, Hillary, and Pam are all up in my kitchen. Are you okay? Are you okay? You need to go to the hospital. I mean, it's a neighborly kind of family. It's very nice. The fact that they live there is huge to me, because if they didn't, honestly, I'd probably be on their side opposing it. So they probably got a lot of negative, not realizing. You be careful what you wish for. If it's not rental, which is actually home person, or, being managed by, they're going to be able to control the noise. They'll see what's going on. Probably less traffic, even though it's more controlled. As the short-term rentals, they have to park in a spot versus the 5 spots that somebody else in the neighborhood might be taking up, and contributing to the chaos of this very short, small, dead-end street. If they had a yearly rental, you wouldn't be controlling all these things. So it's actually more control being short-term rental with them on-site managing any problems. I think it's a no-brainer to approve it because of that. I think maybe the complaints, they didn't realize what the difference could be not doing short-term rental. I think it's actually going to be better for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Let me see if any board member has a question for you. Anyone on my left has a question for her? On my right? Thank you so very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone else who'd like to say something in support? Please state your name and address for the record, please, ma'am, and please tell us why we should approve this application.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Pam Tuttle. I live at 242 Louise P. Gardner, Charleston, 29412. Immediately across the street from DJ and Hillary's house. And as it's already been stated several times about the dilapidated building that was there, but for 27 years, that was my site across the street. And no matter what we did, just nothing ever happened about it. And it was unsafe and just an eyesore, and just, I called it the raccoon saloon. Because every time you look, some critter was coming this way or the other. And I'm like, really? So it is a small street, right? And I'm the first one behind the antique mall. Okay, we go down the street and around the corner, and that's it. Okay, dead end. But what's happened, I think, is, or for me, after 27 years of viewing that, DJ and Hillary came in. They built a beautiful home there. Now, is that house larger than all of our houses? Yeah. It's a big home. But that home, I appreciate the fact that our values will go up for the home after 27 years of that eyesore. But besides that, on a personal note, I've gotten to know them so well. Our dogs are best friends. But I've gotten to know them so well. I know they are just good people, kind, community-oriented, respectful, helpful. And the main thing to me is I know without a shadow of a doubt that they are responsible, intelligent people who, living on site, will take care of the property. And me being right across the street, any issues, I'm right there, right with them to support them. But I'd just say, lastly, that it's become sort of an emotional issue, I think, in the neighborhood, because at first it was the size of the house, and different things came into place that made people feel uncomfortable with that. I think that's one of the main issues. But I think in terms of them checking off all the boxes to do things legally, responsibly, and in step with what needs to happen for short-term rental, I, without fail, believe they will do a good job with that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let me
question.
No, that's good. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Let's see if anyone on my left has a question for you. No one on my left? Am I right? Thank you so very much
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Okay. You need to swear? You need to swear. I was hoping you didn't want to swear at us, but
I can do it. I do.
Please
Hi, my
state
name is Catherine Pringle, and my house is at 2071 Sherrall Drive. I am right next to this little piece of a neighborhood that we're talking about today. Everyone has said everything I'm going to say. In fact, I'm going to read the letter, the email that I sent into y'all, just kind of parts of it. I have 6 friends, some of them are right there, who reside on that street, and I spend a lot of time in the immediate area. Among those friends are these peeps. I have a background in architectural design, quality assurance, home inspection, and property management. I've observed the workmanship, professionalism, and attention to detail that DJ and Hillary have demonstrated and continue to demonstrate in their new construction and previous projects elsewhere. DJ and Hillary are very generous, conscientious neighbors. These qualities carry over into their management of their business and their properties. I totally support the special exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. One at a time. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should disapprove this application.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. My name is Valerie Van Nort. Excuse me.
Just take your time. Valerie Van Horse?
Van Nort.
Nort.
I live at 4189 Legacy Lane out on Young's Island.
Okay.
But that was my childhood home was at 4 Conifer Drive. That's our family home, and my sister is the current resident and property owner. So I'm not great at public speaking, but I tried to write a marginally coherent letter. I don't know if you've all had a chance to read my letter, if anyone's had a chance. But I wanted to clarify a typo, just for the sake of accuracy, that the date when, while working on the job site, the property owners and their workers deserted the job site and left a burning fire unattended. That was not January 15th, 2025. That was January 13th, when the fire department was able to come and extinguish that unattended fire that they left. I wrote my letter to sort of hopefully lay out what a negative impact a short-term rental will have on this tiny little 3 streets, 2 of which are dead end. They had over a year of very stressful construction, and they had over a year to show that they cared about noise and not overwhelming the neighborhood and things like that. And it's just a textbook case of a tiny area being overwhelmed so easily by construction vehicles, extra people, strangers. They repeatedly parked in front of the stop sign. My sister repeatedly, at 4 different occasions, got notes from the U.S. Postal Service that her mail wasn't delivered because the mailboxes were blocked. It just was a year of what they wanted and they needed, superseding what was good for the neighborhood. And now they're asking to just extend this strain indefinitely by introducing up to 8 strangers every weekend in this de facto motel. They got exemptions to the setbacks and built.
So I have to unfortunately stop you now for time constraints, but let me see if any board member, if willing, if they have a question for you, okay? Any questions on my left?
I'll ask her one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What was your last name again? Can you say?
Van Nort, V-A-N-N-O-R-T-E.
Okay. So I personally don't need an overview of the good things or bad things of Airbnbs in a neighborhood, because we have to make our own determination based on the criteria. I'm asking for what specific examples that you have against this property of why it should not be allowed to be a short-term rental. What are your concerns? Because if you're just lumping it in a generalization of saying that you don't like a short-term rental, which you have that right. I have that right on certain properties as well. I'm asking you to focus your energy and short description of what you think is wrong with this application to this criteria so that I can understand your frustration. Not the construction project that we don't have anything, although that brings merit that if they didn't adhere to certain rules and regulations, I hear your concerns. And if that is your topic, then just give us that example for whatever you, but I'm really focusing on
yes,
what it is on this application, briefly. Thank you.
My case about their past behavior is only to illustrate that I don't think they're being on site to manage noise, et cetera. It doesn't instill much confidence. My concern is for the safety of these tiny little streets. There is a stop sign there. It's only one exit out. And the access for emergency vehicles. And the character and quality of this tiny, tiny little historic area that I just don't see how people can build a commercial venture in a tiny residential neighborhood, and it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to get this permit from the zoning board. I mean, I think the zoning board, if I'm not mistaken, help me, they weigh the pros and cons of the impact on the neighborhood a commercial enterprise has.
I'll let the chair follow up with that. I won't address that.
Very good. We do, and it's based on a case-by-case basis. So every case has its own merit. So I'll leave you with that, and that's why we were placed in these positions. Do we have anyone else to have a question for her? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Van Oort. One thing about this particular application, the owners of this property, since they will or do now dwell in this particular house, they can apply for a limited, I think it's a limited home rental that would allow them 72 days without having to come before this board, go on public notice, notify their neighbors, any of that kind of stuff. So that is a by right zoning allowance that they have. What they're asking us for is the ability to go to 144 days. Now, while they haven't asked for the limited home rental yet, certainly if they were denied, they could go back to staff, ask for the 72 days, and staff would have to grant them that application. So I think one thing that should be pointed out is it'd be very difficult for anybody here to stop that particular process since it does not come before this board. Which is why my colleague down there was asking for some specific examples of how this might affect the character of the neighborhood. So I just bring that to your attention so that you know that it's distinctly possible, whatever happens here tonight, that they could still rent the property out. And one other point that we do remind people of or let neighbors know that might be in opposition to these types of rentals is that the permits that are issued are only valid for 1 year. Yeah. And if there are particular issues that are substantiated by staff as the house is rented out in the future, it would be then up to staff to determine whether or not they could continue to comply with that permit. So just please note that there are ways that if there's a significant impact to the neighborhood that that they may not be issued a permit after the first year of operation. But there's only so much that we can do with this particular one, and they can get 72 days without us doing anything tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for looking out for the residents.
So I think that answers your question, and I thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, while she's coming up, to add on my colleague there, the in detail of violations and stuff like that would be noise violations and not just detriment to the community, but how other neighbors are impacted. If there are noise violations or if there are parking issues, if there are trash issues, that's how the staff monitors those permits from year to year and renewals and stuff. And violations could be recorded and they could be notified by a homeowner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that point of clarification. Were you sworn in too?
I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm
Yes.
Cindy Van Oort, Cynthia Van Oort, residence 4 Conifer Drive, Charleston 29412.
Thank
May
you.
I proceed?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you guys. I am the owner for more than 30 years of 4 Conifer Drive, which has been my family home since the neighborhood was constructed in 1940. My home is the only home on Conifer Drive, which is a dead-end street, Charleston County R4, 1,100 square foot dwelling on a double lot, and directly adjacent to the property and application for special request. I've included 2 pictures as I did not see it in the application packet. Those are listed as images A and B. Does anyone need additional copies?
If you'd like to provide us copies, we'll take them, Mr. Hare, if you would.
Do y'all
please.
have access
The
to them?
pictures are in the supplemental packet
Yep.
that she's talking
But
about.
if she wants to share that, I'll
Here you go.
take it into evidence.
Thank you.
But they are on the link of the supplemental packet.
Thank you, Ms. Working.
I
You
reside
start on
here
either
with
end.
my
You got
spouse
2.
and pets, and we are one of 8 homes with permanent residents on our quaint, private, and lovely area consisting of 3 streets, Conifer Drive, Louise P. Gardner, and Fremont. Our community is zoned R4, which by definition refers to spacious housing with few people per unit of land and prioritize privacy, low traffic, and larger yards. Please know none of my comments are a personal attack on the applicants, but are factual and database and would include and be applicable to my best friends if they were applying. The request for special exception is not compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. There are not numerous or even singular other short-term rental properties on these streets, and if there are, I could not find evidence to support that. Adequate provisions were not made for buffering, included fences to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence on the proposed STRP use, such as noise, traffic congestion, trash, parking, or similar factors. A partial fence was built, not according to the 8-foot permit that was approved, and according to the applicant's public business page on social media. It was not built to protect adjacent properties, but built because when your neighbors are crotchety, you build a big ass fence! Exclamation point, exclamation point. That's image C. It has since been moved ipso facto. The post has been removed. Regarding the general welfare or character of the community, I will address aspects of safety and privacy concerns. Due to the enormity of their multiplex and near zero lot line build, my property, including visual access into my living room, dining room, porch and yard, and cars, is openly accessible to anyone on the 2nd floor where their garage apartment and 2-story separate ABD are located. Note, image E, there is 0 border or fencing between the ADU and my backyard. Please note that Conifer and Fremont are both dead-end streets. All 3 streets affected, Conifer, Louise P. Gardner, and Fremont, are SCDOT roads. That being said, access to driveways and parking spaces as documented on the submitted architectural design rendering may be questionable as evidenced by SCDOT access and road management standards. Chapter 3. Our primary concern relates to safety as parking directly off Louise P. Gardner as pictured compromises visual fields when making left turns off of Conifer onto Louise P. Gardner. That exit route is the only route out of my neighborhood for all of the residents on these 3 streets.
Okay. Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay.
No, you did a good, quick job. Let's see if anyone to my left, Ms. Smith, which one? I think both of you had a question, or? Okay.
The right-of-way issue you just mentioned, is that what were you referring to? The house is built, so that ship is sailed.
It's under construction.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Only because you were speaking fast. I know to try and get under the time.
That was intimidating me.
Yeah.
I'm a teacher. I'm used to 90 minutes to stand and have a show.
Okay. So talk to me about entering the neighborhood. The only way to get into the neighborhood is off of the street that you live in?
The only way to get in and out is Louise P. Gardner.
Okay.
Which is very small. So to get off of Conifer, to get out of my neighborhood onto Maybank, I have to turn left onto Louise P. Gardner.
Do you have to pass their house to get onto Maybank?
Yes, it's direct adjacent and monopolizes the corner of Conifer and Louise P. Gardner. Definitely impacts the visual field to the right of the stop sign. They're parking. Which I'm not sure with the SCDOT. I'm not sure how all that works.
Okay. And then my other question is about the fence. We went through the fence really quickly. So tell me what they built.
So April 6th, the day after Easter, they built an 8-foot, 4-inch partial fence.
When you say partial?
It does not extend the border of the property.
Does it appear that it's just unfinished because construction is still underway, or?
It appears unfinished, and I think might have been unfinished until they had a chance to read my letter on Friday, but I'm not sure.
And so they've built more of it now?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
And it is questionable. It was approved for an 8-foot fence, and it's 8 foot 4 inches.
Okay. Did you measure it?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. And your concern with the fence, you mentioned something about privacy and the sound buffer. Explain that more to me.
My concern that it's not complete. So the ADU, there is nothing in between my property and the ADU. So there is no fence or bamboo or hedging or anything at that point in time. Okay, so that is one of my concerns. My other concern is the enormity of the multiplex and I've also attached pictures, that if you're on the second floor, you can see directly into my living room, my dining room, my back porch, my front yard, and all of my vehicles.
Okay. On this map, can you point to me which home is yours?
Probably not, because I can't see it.
Okay.
But it's for Conifer. It's directly adjacent to the property in question. I also own...
Which number? Which number is it?
244.
244?
Yes. I also own an empty parcel on Maybank Highway, 2051 Maybank, which is also reflected on that. I didn't get a chance to get to that in my letter, but I have submitted that. So I'm speaking for myself, my husband, as owners of 2 properties in the vicinity.
Have you and the homeowners spoken at all about any of these issues directly or no?
I had apologized to the homeowners for some contentious conversations that we'd had and asked for a blank slate, in which the homeowners verbally insulted me, and then a month later posted that they had on their public business social media pages that when you have a crotchety neighbor, you build a big-ass fence. So, take that for what it's worth.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Any more
sir?
questions? Thank you. Any more questions on my left? All right, Mr. Brown.
I just wanted to get some clarification on your parking and access to in and out of the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
So you come down Conifer Drive and take a left on Louise Gardner to leave the neighborhood?
Yes. If you take a right, it dead ends. It curves around to Fremont, and it's a dead end. There's only one entrance and exit into our neighborhood for all of the homes I'm the only home on Conifer, all of the homes on Louise P. Gardner, and all of the homes on Fremont.
Okay.
All 10.
All right. So when you come out, you take a left. You would, if I'm looking here, then you would not pass in front of any of the driveways or parking access for this house. So
Okay,
would
if
it
you're I'm not to
effectively?
interrupt you, but if you're at the stop sign, 4 of the parking spots are on next to the stop sign. 2 inside a garage and 2 outside a garage.
I see.
And I only know from experience because there's been vehicles parked there for going on a year and a half now, and you cannot see. The visual field is impacted when trying to make a left turn. You have to stop and roll up and to make a left turn out. It's the only option.
Okay, so your issue with the parking and things is just as blocks your view down the
Right.
short.
I mean, I'm delighted that they have
Off-street.
off-street parking, yes, but not if it's going to impact the safety of the drivers in the neighborhood.
It's not off-street parking. She made a comment that it's off-street parking. No, it's still on the lot. It's not on the street. I mean,
Correct.
Yeah, it's in their driveway.
It's within their driveway.
Yeah, within all the site
Right.
review. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Mr. Neal, you had a question?
Yeah, I've got a few. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, look, I'll say it because everybody's thinking it. There's obviously a lot of passion in this project, and there's a lot of comments probably been said back and forth. I hear it in your testimony when you're bringing up references to conversations, and I'm here just to understand the application and what is here. I mean, you sat through the last application. I made a point that the site plan was not correct, and that's what I'm here to do. So I'm going to take the passion and put it off to the side.
Okay.
So you made some comments about the DOT and how it's dangerous where the parking.
Yes.
Well, parking within a lot is allowed.
Right. I'm not saying
So,
that the parking is dangerous.
No, I agree. So, and we're not the DOT, so we have to look what's in our
Right.
our guidelines. So, yet I hear your concern about that. I got to put that one off to the side
Okay.
because is the parking, within the constraints of their lot? Is it fine? Yeah. Do they have to back into Lewis Gardner, and there might be some problems there? I agree that might be not advantageous, but it seems to me to be thought out. There's a lot of spots, and that's if maximum parking was there. So now I'm trying to look at what are the other arguments that you are bringing up. You're bringing up that you own two lots, one next door and one down the street. Well, the one down the street doesn't have anything to do, I believe, with the height of the building that you don't like.
Oh, that's correct. And I stated that in my letter that I
So
felt like it was
I'm getting
indirect.
down to what is really wrong with this application, and what I'm asking you to clarify is you seem to not like the height of the building because this person, whoever built it, I'll give you a chance to say what's wrong with why it's so high, and it looks into your house, and there's not barriers, and there's no bamboo, and there's all this different stuff. Well, that's a building issue. That's not in front of this board. If there's a problem with the way they built it, and if there's a problem with there's no buffers, then those are issues that the city has to deal with, but this board doesn't deal with. So I'm going back to the criteria that we have to approve tonight, and is it compatible in the vicinity? Are there things that are going to make it bad? Well, you're saying you're a real estate agent and your values are going to go down. Okay, well, that's the argument that the person made in the back, that some people believe it brings up their value, some people brings it down.
Yes, sir.
I can't find anything wrong with this application that interprets why we should turn it down. So I'm asking for you, set the passion aside and tell me exactly why there's something wrong with this application. Now, I'm just one vote. I'm not 9.
Right.
But tell me what's wrong other than you don't want an Airbnb next to you.
Well, okay. That being said, the Board of Zoning Appeals represents Charleston County's commitment of working to protect the traditional quality of life and character of its residential neighborhoods. That is from page 2 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations. I feel that it does not fit into the community standards, that it does offer compromised safety concerns, which is part of my problem. I have data to support that. So I didn't just say it might decline value. I have data to support that 32% of the people would be unwilling to make an offer on a home that is next to an Airbnb. So like I stated, I tried to make this factual and not with an emotional play.
Well, may I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Well, that's a great stat to believe, to hear. So 32% of the people don't want it. What does that mean? 68% do want it?
No, 60% would consider nearby Airbnb a drawback, and 28% say that they'd offer less for a home. That is from PR Newswire, July 8th, 2025.
Okay. Is that your only argument against this application?
No, sir. There was
reading your
a lot.
letter. I've got it right here in front of me. I'm trying to say,
So
because a
other
lot of this
safety
stuff is passion
concerns,
about
yes.
different
There-
stuff. I'm trying
well-
to ask you, what's the real meat?
Okay, well, another thing is there is a preschool located 528 feet away across Maybank Highway, and I do have concerns.
There's a what?
A preschool.
Okay,
A preschool.
I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you couldn't hear.
No,
me. Okay, and that my concerns are that I just want to know what kind of vetting would go into making sure that there are, not sex offenders staying in an Airbnb. There's no, to my knowledge, no background checks on these kind of people, and that would fall under other areas of legality.
All right, and if I may follow up, again, this property could be done, is this extended rental or?
Yes.
This is the extended rental. So the argument is being made that if this extended rental for 144 days is not approved, it could still be run for 72 days.
Correct.
So your argument about the preschool is going to be there either way.
Yes, sir.
So I give less argument to that less merit to that argument because it's going to be done either way, it sounds like. Anything else you want to? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Let's see.
Yes.
Anyone else got a question for this young lady? Thank you so very much for your
Absolutely.
testimony.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Do we have anyone else that would say something different in opposition? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There you go.
Yeah, my name is Frederick Scott Stengel. I'm the evil one. I'm sure you've heard about.
Wait a minute. Talk back into the mic so we can hear you.
My name is Frederick Scott Stengel. I'm the evil one you probably heard about.
The evil one?
Yeah. I've
Your
sent
last
you
name is
plenty
Scott?
of emails this week. I hope you read them.
Okay.
My big concern is right now.
And what's your address again, please, sir?
Pardon?
Your address, sir?
246 Louise P. Gardner Street.
All
I live
right.
right across the street from their front yard.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm at the corner there. The big problem we have now is there's a drainage pipe under that street. I've maintained that street with the DOT's agreement for the last 40 years. It took 20 years to get the ditch cleared out since he's developed this property. It's all filled in again. My yard is washing out because the way the yard's been built, when the rain does come, which there's been very little, the one when we had, my whole front yard was underwater last time because of his development. There's a DOT encroachment permit, 283200. He has not honored one principle on that DOT encroachment permit. I just got an email today after spending 8 hours on the phone tracking things down of where things stand with this encroachment permit because it expired August 2nd. Supposedly it's been renewed. I can't verify that yet. DOT is holding that information up. Moving in here, he took out a grand magnolia tree and he tore up Louise P. Gardner Street before he had an encroachment permit in place. My mother died April 23rd, 2024. I had to go to Columbia to see her. When I came back, that whole lot was cleared and the trees on the encroachment right away have been cleared. There was natural buffer in that corner of infrastructure that was there of plants that filtered everything out. Now the ditch is filling in. He built a bulkhead all the way out to the road. He was supposed to coordinate with DOT everything he's done. He has not coordinated one single thing. Power lines were buried, gas lines were buried, no coordination with DOT. They should not get any variance on this until the house is completed and it passes the R4 conditions, and then let them revisit this. This has been streamlined the whole way to run this through as quickly as possible. The initial variance was given for Conifer Street. They waited to the appeal, went to GIS, changed the address, and suddenly the whole street got torn up. There was no input from anybody in the area about the plans that were made. I went before you all years ago for my fence. I didn't have to submit the site plans and everything. So maybe that was our bad, but this house is way out of proportion to the neighborhood. They knew what they were doing when they built it. They were going to do this and run rental property in that main house. There were other people that wanted to buy this, namely Lady in the Antique Mall, and I was the second bidder on this place. I was just going to keep it an empty lot. The Lady in the Antique Mall wanted to do the same thing and move her mother in there.
Okay, I got to stop you at this time because your time has expired, okay? But let me see if anyone, if you don't mind, please, has a question for you. I'm going to start on my left. Anyone on my left have a question? Anyone on my right have a question? Okay.
He makes a reference to the DOT permit. Is that something you have? And I mean, is that
Got
something
a copy right here.
that we could see with the application? Because I don't think it goes with us. I mean, I think it's a building thing. But I mean, if he wanted to submit it, I think.
Would you like to submit that entire record?
It's in the packet.
I didn't see it. Well, what page?
There's two packets. There's one with just pictures. Did you put those on there?
Well, if he's already submitted, then that's fine.
I guess, yeah.
I don't have a question
want a
for
hard
him.
copy?
I think they've got it.
We have it in our email packet that went out to us. It's quite extensive. Unless it's something different than what was submitted earlier, and that would have been last Wednesday, prior to last Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was sent on Friday.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Very good. At this time, you have the right of rebuttal, limited to 2 minutes. So if you would, please, if you like, you have that right. I see you coming. So please pull that mic down again. Please state your name and address again for the record, and then we'll start.
Again, my name is Hillary White. My husband, Donald Price, DJ, 243 and 245 Louise P. Gardner. I will address a few of the concerns. One, the fence is not yet complete. It is on the site plan and it is permitted. We just have not finished it yet. Also, the window that Cindy said looks down into her property is actually not the garage apartment. That is a stairwell. There's a spiral stairs, and at the top of that is a window, and then there is a door that goes into our rec room, which is ours. So it's not, and you can only see out the window when you're on the spiral stairs. So it, there's that. And then we did get the SCDOT permit extended. It was about to expire, and we extended it. Everything is permitted, zoned properly. You know, I made sure because I knew if I didn't do it perfectly, I would get in trouble. So everything is done, you know, according to zoning, the permeable versus non-permeable, the layout of the house. You know, I made sure, I said, can we have this detached ADU as well as the attached garage apartment? I double-checked. I triple-checked. Are you sure? Yes, I have it all in writing. I saved all the emails. As far as the water drainage that Mr. Stengler mentioned, I have that letter, an explanation for that. He did try to get a stop work order on our build, claiming that it was flooding his property. DJ went down to the stormwater department, and they did an overlay showing 2015 versus the work we've done now, and they said, oh, you've actually really improved the drainage. We did build a bulkhead. He did take the excavator and clear it, you know, clear out the drain. Again, DJ does not stop working ever. So he is always out there cleaning up the yard, and we even redid Pam's yard. We're just, you know, we're hard workers. We work on our house. It's what we enjoy doing. So, and again, I'm perfectly willing to, you know, not rent the garage apartment.
Stay this way. Stay this way.
Oh, I'm perfectly willing to not rent, you know, the garage, to just do long-term on the garage apartment to try to create some peace and make people feel more comfortable with it. And honestly, that's probably what I'll do, you know. And again, with the concern about sex offenders in the preschool, you know, like I said, I'm designing it very girly. I want to attract women renters. Most women aren't sex offenders. So I'm trying to do, you know, 8 cameras on the property. We're trying to do what we can to make sure it's safe, and we're going to run it well. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 25 years old.
So I'm going to have to stop you.
Yeah.
But no, just hold on, because
Sorry.
I know explanation to your neighbors is paramount, and I want to make sure you are heard and that explanations for their questions are resolved, hopefully. And I'm going to let Mr. Neal ask a question, because I know that's going to help move this forward for us.
Maybe. So I appreciate you making a compromise to your neighbors on the garage apartment. So if I'm hearing you right, you are willing to, as part of an approval process, if there is to be one, that you would not utilize the ADU garage apartment as part of your application for Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay, so we could make a motion and add that as a condition to the permit.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Tell me about your buffer as far as plantings.
Okay. So I like landscaping. We have an 8-foot fence. I'm not sure, you know, we still haven't graded it properly. I'm not sure where the 8'4" was measured, but once it's all graded, it will be 8 feet. And then in front of that, we have a row of bamboo. We are going to extend so that's between the main house and Fort Conifer. Between the ADU and the backyard of Fort Conifer, there will be a continuation of the 8-foot fence and some bamboo and some other landscaping. It won't be bamboo all the way down, but there will be an 8-foot fence all the way down between our properties.
So you're going to plant some stuff there to kind of shade your neighbors, so that, I guess, people, like you said, from the stairway, not looking down into her property or anybody?
That spiral stairs is our house. It's not the rental.
Okay.
But we do have a big oak tree there. There is a lot of trees in the back. There's a lot of shade back there. But like I said, that is a stairwell that looks down. But it really looks down, not really into there.
Okay. Okay. So we do have a landscape plan that you already have.
Mhm.
Okay. Any questions on my left? Any more questions on my right? Go ahead.
So I just need you to clarify something.
Mhm.
So are you saying you are amending your application to not include the ADU?
If need be.
So 'cause here's the issue. So
I mean,
Mr. Neal?
honestly, in an act of goodwill to my neighbors, I would be happy to do that.
Well, so she has a right to do it. She has a by right to do it for half the time. So her application either has to be amended by her, not a condition where you're taking away her right to do something that she could do. She doesn't have a right to do it for 144 days, but she has a right to do it for the 70 days. So she would have to amend her application, rather than you put a condition that she can't do it at all.
We can't condition that?
Because she would be able to do it for.
Well, can we just?
You're taking a right that the county has given her.
Can she make that amendment?
She would have to amend her application, that's what I'm saying.
Make it here?
Yeah, but she said if, so either she's doing it or she's not doing it.
So you can't be lukewarm. You got to be hot or cold.
So
And
if
you-
I
and you don't
amend
have
it, can I do it right now? Or do I have to redo all this?
No, you can do it right now, but you don't
Okay,
have to.
I will do that as a peace offering to my neighbors.
No,
Oh,
not as
no.
a peace offering to
Just,
your neighbors.
I will do that, yes, I would like
You're
to,
asking-
I would like to amend it
Okay.
so that it's 144 days just for a detached ADU and not for the garage apartment.
Thank you.
That's why we love having him there.
Okay.
He keeps us straight. You understand?
Good, yeah, I'm perfect with it.
We good? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. So now this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions? Legal staff, any questions? Are we crystal clear? Do we have any general discussion?
I do have one question. So what is the address of the ADU? 245. Okay. Thank you.
Any more general questions of staff?
If the application now is amended to not include the ADU, does that change the number of bedrooms? Does that change the parking or anything like that?
It would, I think. Yes, it would.
Because, I mean, I know that was one of the concerns, was the parking and especially the two spots on, I don't know what street that is very well. And if it's being reduced because they're not including those bedrooms, and that would reduce, can you pull up the site plan?
It
That would
eliminates two
reduce.
spots.
Yeah, that could possibly reduce the ask.
It reduced it from 7 down to 4.
Yeah, so they wouldn't need to utilize it. I mean, I don't think we have to put it in a motion, but I mean, it would reduce their
off the
requirements for
table.
parking, which would really reduce the overall footprint of this whole application. Is that correct?
Isn't that probably just still wanting to keep? Oh, yeah. 6 there. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay, though.
He has a point of clarity.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are we still crystal clear? Everybody's on a good understanding? All right. So therefore, board members, at this time, I'd like to get a motion to approve or deny this application, BZA 0226-00947. Anyone?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion in the matter of BZA
Thank you, Mr. Vice.
2600947. I would make a motion that we approve this request and that it specifically be for 245 Louise P. Gardner Street, and for the ADU that was constructed at that location. In making this motion, I find that it meets all three of the criteria required to approve this request, that it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare of the character of the immediate community. I think we've heard testimony both for and against this use, but given that the applicant could rent it for 72 days without even coming before us and has made a goodwill gesture to limit the number of bedrooms actually available within this request, I do believe that it is appropriate and that it meets that criterion. That too, adequate provision is made for items such as setbacks, buffering to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use. In this particular case, with the owners of the property being present from day to day, that will certainly serve to add an additional layer of protection to the neighborhood, because I'm sure that whatever type of adverse influence would be received by the neighborhood would also be a burden upon the owners of the property. So I believe that we meet that request. And for criterion 3, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance. In making this motion, I would include the 5 recommendations or the 5 special conditions recommended by staff, and that concludes my motion.
All right.
I would suggest editing condition 4 to say 2 parking spaces instead of 3, because we're talking about the detached ADU. And then the third one would have been for the garage apartment. And then I would strike that last sentence in 5.
So I need to read those out now, correct?
I could if you want. I have it right here. So the second sentence in number 4 would say a minimum of 2 on-site parking spaces instead of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then number 5 would be the total number of rental days for the property shall not exceed 144 days aggregate per calendar year. And then we strike that last sentence.
And my motion would include the changes recommended by Ms. Working.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Neal, second. Any more discussion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. So congratulations to both parties and opposing. So we were able to get some things resolved for us, and hopefully you guys can live in peace and harmony. At this time, we will have a 10-minute break, and we will resume then.
house.
Oh, for you? Project that we presented.
Okay. At this time, we will resume our meeting, and we will start with this case with Ms. Working with case BZA 03-26-00952. Ms.
And real
Working?
quick, there's a couple of staff members that need to be sworn in. So if there's anyone else in the audience that needs to be sworn in.
Oh, yes.
That hasn't been, stand up. Yeah. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. All right. So this is case BZA 03-26-00952. The applicant, Nick Alport of HLA Inc., along with the property owner, Chris Nichols of Hospitality Parking Services LLC, is requesting a variance to allow alterations to drainage conditions affecting a 49-inch DBH diameter at breast height grand live oak tree, graded B by the county arborist. The grand tree is located in a natural depression at the site of a proposed gravel parking lot. The project is at 4920 River Road, which is TMS number 21500000008 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property, as well as two properties to the west, are located within the Planned Development PD 22C Johns Island Junction zoning district, and that's the properties shown in the blue, dark blue. Adjacent properties to the north and east are in the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The subject property is currently under site plan review for a proposed commercial parking lot and restroom facility. A site visit was conducted by staff on April 1st, 2026. And this is the location map on Johns Island, the ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius map, aerial. Again, we posted on April 1st. This is the pictures of the tree, grade B, 49-inch live oak. River Road, the site plan, and the plat. Let's see here. The board may approve of conditions or deny this request based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed along all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 924 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. And 4, if the 49-inch DBH grand live oak tree dies within 3 years from the date of construction begins, the applicant shall mitigate the DBH of the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches, in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, deposit funds into Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of the zoning ordinance, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allocated mitigation shall be in place prior to removal of the tree. And then the staff found that the request may meet criteria 2, 3, and 4, and that it meets criteria 1, 5, 6, and 7. I believe there was one public comment for this case. Yeah, in opposition. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions for a member? Okay. There being none? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Alport. Address is 7359 Commodore Road. That's in Hollywood, South Carolina. As stated earlier, the tree does sit in a natural depression. The depression is created by two contributing factors. One, on the the west side of the site, there is a historic roadbed, the river roadbed. On the eastern side of the site, there's an existing drainage ditch that was excavated and bermed, essentially creating one wall and a second wall to create that berm. The tree sits down in a natural depression. I believe it stays at elevation 11 currently. Our proposed site plan would raise that flood stage to, I believe, 12.5, if I remember correctly. We have proposed yard inlets to control the flood elevation, or actually the rain that would inundate that tree well. The proposed grading for those yard inlets is located outside of the surveyed canopy. The impacts that we have shown on our site plan mostly fall within the county recognized canopy. We took the time to survey the canopy and worked diligently to stay outside of that surveyed canopy and respect that tree. Let's see here. The tree itself is a very, very nice tree. As you saw, it's grade B, 49-inch. It does have a very upright canopy, not a lot of limbs and leaders that extend horizontally. We feel this would present itself well in the proposed location. Would not impact any of the tree or the cars, and the cars itself would not impact the tree. Let's see here. It does fall in line with the county's comprehensive plan. As stated earlier, there's a property zoned in a PD. We followed that PD through our site plan review process. These conditions, I guess, they're unique to this property. The historic roadbed does not extend across River Road. It is stopped there, and it does not extend out the backside of the property either. The other piece that was shown as a PD is a self-storage unit. They were, I guess, developed prior to that roadbed being recognized and protected. And if this variance is not granted, it would make it difficult for that property to be developed at all based on the existing conditions. That tree sits down lower than River Road, sits down lower than the historic roadbed, and sits down lower than the berms of that existing drainage ditch. So it makes it very difficult to develop that property anyway without adding some sort of fill to either control stormwater and to bring any structures up to recognized FFE that is above your stormwater structures.
Okay.
I'll heed my time there.
All right. Thank you. I have a question to start off with. First of all, very good testimony. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
As I look at the overview, you are proposing to do a parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Almost a 4-acre parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Nothing but parking lot. So when I first saw this a little while back, I said, why?
There's a lot of businesses out there that are interested in utilizing the private parking lot to either remove employee cars and traffic from the road or to provide a shuttle to different services.
To Kiowa Island?
Possibly.
Okay. That's my first, or Seabrook. That was my first thing that popped in my mind. But in saying, I'm looking at your diagram, and you said vividly that you would not be able to utilize this lot if it wasn't for removal of this tree. And I'm seeing the whole tree and the area surrounding it, the drip line. You still have a good bit of area which you can utilize because you're doing a whole gravel process, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I said it would make it difficult to utilize the property because you would have to build up the property.
You'd have to build it up, meaning that you'd have to bring fill, dirt in.
Right.
Okay. Okay. But how much fill, dirt would you have to bring in?
I don't know that off the top of my head. The site is being raised a couple feet, if I remember correctly, but I don't want to give you an accurate or a distinct number that's inaccurate.
Okay. So if you didn't use, because it's almost slap dead in the middle of your project.
It is. Yep.
Could you have designed it a different way to kind of save that? Because
We-
that's a lot of. How many parking spots is this? I didn't count it. I don't recall, but how many parking spots you have?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think
I
there's
didn't
a-
see it on the site plan. I didn't see a number.
Okay.
The request isn't to remove it, it's just to build the tree
Correct.
well.
It's just to impact it. Yeah.
The tree well. Okay.
Yep. And it currently sits in a natural depression, so it essentially is sitting in a tree well currently. Is what
I don't
would
know
already-
why I went to the point where I was thinking about removing, because that's just a common goal. So I apologize to
That's
you,
fine.
sir.
I understand.
I apologize to you. Anybody got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. I mean, I'm following up on his inquiry on why, but that's really not in front of us. So, why do you need this many parking spots? Because you could design it a little bit differently, but again, you're saving the tree, and I applaud you for that. It looks like the canopy is only going to be impacted by less than 1% or something like that. So,
Correct.
really, the encroachment, I think you designed away from the tree. So I don't really have any major issues other than why do you need so much parking? Why don't you just design less parking and it would be even less intrusion, right? Or are you still going to need the tree well anyway?
We would still need the tree well, yeah.
Because that's based on the elevation of the dirt of the rest of the parking lot?
Correct. I mean, the site, currently, if you go out there after a big rain, that tree is sitting in 5 to 6 inches of water.
Okay.
So
And to solve that is either going to be a tree well or the elevation of the entire lot being increased.
Correct, yep.
Okay, so this is the lesser of the two evils, is to
Correct.
do a tree well.
We're improving the flood stage of that tree so that on the current rain events that inundate that tree, they will not be inundated.
Okay, that's
I like
a
it.
fair argument. All
I
right.
like it.
Thank
I
you
like
very
it.
much. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chair.
other questions on my right? Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
What we're here for is this, you're just wanting to bring the parking closer to the tree than what we're allowed. That's
Yeah.
essentially, that's
We're
essentially
proposing
what this is.
activity that's underneath the county recognized canopy.
Yeah. All right, I just want to make sure I was following. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
I took
heard
the
removal.
bone-
I was like, wait a minute, did I miss something? So
I took the bone
making
and
sure
ran
what
with
we're-
it too. Just removal.
All right, it's just an encroachment in the tree well. The tree well is a little tighter than it would be if it met.
Correct.
So
Yep.
if you were to remove, those first rows of parking that I see in this hatch pattern on here,
We would
wouldn't
still
even-
have a tree well.
You'd have a tree well. We wouldn't be here though, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions on this side? Any questions on this side? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do it. I'm sorry, we got one question. I apologize, I didn't.
No problem.
It says 0.02% encroachment, and then it says 55% encroachment.
Yeah, I'd labeled two sets of encroachments, so that 0.02% encroachment is the surveyed canopy encroachment, and then the other one is the county recognized canopy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any question of staff? Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Does the county have any leeway when the canopy's been surveyed versus the sort of standard size of the?
Ms. Brooks.
That's Ms. Brooks.
We did more recently kind of clarify the ordinance, and it is the measurement, not necessarily the canopy drip line, whichever's greater, and it typically is the measurement and not the
Greater
drip
of
line.
1 to 2.
Yeah.
If the canopy were to extend out further.
Yeah,
then you
right.
would take into account the canopy, but in this
Yes.
case.
Good question, Mr. Brown. Any other questions of staff? Okay. All right. Any general discussion among ourselves? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it makes for good discussion, but I have a problem making any sort of variance to cut down a forest and put up a parking lot.
They're
It's
not
gonna
cutting
be-
it down.
They're not removing
They're not
the tree.
cutting it down.
Right.
He's building
Installing a tree well around the base of it to
That
protect
tree.
the tree.
That tree.
Instead of cutting the tree down.
Right. It's just going to be hard for, as a point of discussion, it's just going to be hard for me to make any sort of variance in this case.
You got that right.
Okay. Good, thank you. Anybody want to speak to that?
That's your
No?
application.
All right. So we've had discussion. Can I get a motion to either approve or deny this application, board members? Anyone?
Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0326000952, I would make a motion that we approve this request, that one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property, as stated in the applicant's letter of intent. The tree in question sits in a natural depression, holds water on heavy rain. I believe the applicant has made the case that the way they have designed the tree well will actually reduce the amount of water that inundates this particular tree on any given rain event. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 2, that these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. And in this particular case, again, we have a lot with a large live oak on it. And while there are lots of live oaks on Johns Island, where this particular live oak is located, and probably other grand trees and wetlands scattered on the property, it would help us meet criterion number 2, that there are not other properties in the vicinity that have the same conditions. For 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance would to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. As the applicant has testified, really any type of development on this property would have to have some type of encroachment into the canopy zone for this particular tree and development of a tree well, because the property would need to be built up in order to be developed. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent properties or to the public good. The use on this property is one that is allowed, so we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow an establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in this zoning district. We clearly meet that criterion since it is a use that is allowed on this property. For 6, that the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, the elevation of where this live oak is located and really any type of design or development that would occur on this property would require some type of variance in order to avoid removal of that tree. We meet that criterion. And for 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. Again, we are working within a plan development, and it's fully consistent with the surrounding uses. In making this motion, I would include the 4 special conditions recommended by staff.
Second.
All right, we have a motion that has been properly moved and seconded. Any general discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There is 1. It carries. Thank you. Where did she go? There he goes. So within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff, letting you know the next steps in the process for your approved application. Thank you so very much, and have a good night. Our next case tonight is case BZA 03-2600-953. And Ms. Working will do this one for us.
The applicant and property owner, Ryan Sneed, represented by Jody Crosby of Crosby Creations Home Designs, requests a variance to remove a 27-inch diameter breast height DBH grand live oak tree to allow for a proposed addition to an existing single-family residence located at 1314 Venning Road, which is TMS number 562-14-00015 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the north, east, and south are zoned low-density residential R4 parcels to the west are within the jurisdiction of the town of Mount Pleasant. The staff arborist has evaluated the 27-inch live oak and classified it as a grade A specimen, which requires BZA approval to remove. The applicant proposes removing the tree to construct an addition on the home's front right side. According to the applicant, the existing foundation shows visible structural damage, which they believe is caused by the tree's proximity. They have provided verification that was submitted on Friday. That's part of your supplemental packet from an engineer. The property contains 10 grand live oak trees totaling 371 inches DBH. Removal of the subject tree would reduce the total to 344 inches. The existing residence is approximately 10 feet from the tree's base, while the proposed addition would reduce that distance to 5.1 feet. Of the tree's 3 primary branches, one currently overhangs the home and another overhangs the proposed addition. This is a location map. This is actually right down the street from the SDR you guys just
did, yeah.
yeah. The tree ordinance section. This is the 300-foot radius, aerials. We posted the property on April 1st. Some pictures of the tree. Subject property, Vending Road. These are some documents that they may want to reference in their presentation. Oh, sorry. But this is the survey and then the site plan. Floor plan, elevations, and then the plat. Let's see here. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it meets 1, 2, and 5, and it may meet 3, 4, 6. The board may approve of conditions or deny this request based on the board's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 924 of ZELDAR. And 2, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance throughout construction. A copy of the tree preservation plan shall be submitted to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit issuance. Any questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
There's no issues with setbacks or side setbacks with the new addition?
No.
Are there?
Mm-mm.
Nothing? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Brown?
I didn't see, excuse me, mitigation. Are we not asking for mitigation?
No, because
variance granted?
the amount of trees they have on the property. With the 9, like if this one's removed, they still have 9, the 344 inches.
Okay.
Good question.
But you can't, it's at your discretion. That's part of that ordinance section, that if you do wish to add any type of mitigation, either on site or in the tree fund, that can be added.
Any questions on this side? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, please.
Good evening. My name is Jody Crosby. I'm with Crosby Creations. My address is 4770 Highway 165 in Megget, South Carolina. The summary was just kind of a brief overview. Thank you, Ms. Working, for presenting on behalf of this application. I just want to go through just a couple really quick points. Would you please turn to my presentation, variance test question number 1? Thank you. Again, I'm just going to be as brief as I possibly can. So there are 10 grand live oaks, and the reduction is going from 371 total DBH inches down to 344. Next slide, please. I thought that this one was a very interesting model. So the shaded areas, the dark black shaded areas on this model represent 29% of the lot, and the areas of the trees represent 71% of the lot. And then if you go further into the math, there's only 18 inches of the 29% of the buildable area. The other 11 inches are actually outside of the setbacks. So we have 71% that are covered by the tree protection and 29% not covered by the tree protection. That's just the math that Mrs. Brooks was talking about earlier, where we go by, the calculation that the county has us go by. So we have just a very densely covered lot. Next slide, please. So I believe that you said staff agreed that we met the criterion of test question number 2, correct? No need to beat that dead horse. Next, so at the bottom of either of those are fine. You'll see kind of just the overview of the dense tree canopy that's over this lot. Picture is worth 1,000 words. Next slide, please. And that's just a little bit bigger of a view of that. So we believe that not granting the removal of this tree will further damage the foundation of the existing house. The tree is still growing. It's only a 27-inch tree, and it's got lots of room to still grow. And as it continues to get larger, it will continue to cause damage to the existing home. And we feel that if they do build the addition, and they're allowed to build the addition that 5.1 feet away from that tree, that tree is certainly going to negatively impact the addition that they build as well. So we do feel that we meet the criterion of number 3. Next slide, please. You can see there we've got some pictures of just the damage that's on the brickwork, and we did submit a document on Friday, as mentioned, from a structural engineer validating the claim that this tree is causing foundation damage. And then you'll see the proximity of the tree and how the tree in that lower right-hand side, how the tree is going over the existing house. For variance test question number 4, we do not feel that the removal of the subject tree will cause substantial detriment to the adjacent property. We feel that we meet that criterion, and we feel on number 5 that it will not change the zone usage, and we meet that criteria. And I also wanted to mention that we did get support letters from 3 neighbors, the ones on each side, left and right of the property. And a few doors down, there's not a house across the street, so there was no letter of support to be had there. Let's see. So test question number 6, was this the cause of their own actions? No, the home was constructed in 1966, which was well before the tree ordinance that is now in effect was in existence. And the trees have certainly grown considerably in the last 60 years. The tree in question was likely about 9 to 12 inches at the time the home was constructed, just based on some internet research. The current homeowner did not build the home in 1966, therefore was not the result of their own actions, and we feel that we meet this criterion. And question number 7, to our knowledge, there are no conflicts within this request that would be in contradiction to the Charleston County Comprehensive Plan. Therefore, we feel that we meet this criterion as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Very good. Very thorough. Anyone on my left have a question? Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Crosby, thank you for that. This might be the first time I've actually seen a PDF or a PowerPoint presentation with all of our criteria spelled out. So that could be very helpful for whoever ends up making a motion in this particular matter. So one thing that is clearly evident with this application, if you were to not remove the tree but still expand the house, you're going to a variance is going to be required regardless, right? Because you would be encroaching into the canopy.
Yes, we'd be closer than the minimum allowed.
So then my only other question is, did you guys consult with an arborist at all about if there were any measures that could be taken to protect this particular tree and do things that would, fix the foundation issues and still allow the tree to stay?
So we did not consult outside arborist. We actually had Kyle Foster come out to the subject property. This project's probably been going on for close to a year. There's been a lot of deliberation amongst the homeowners trying to determine, do we add on to this house? Do we demolish it? Do we rebuild it? What the impact of the lot, what the impact of, their pocketbook, what the impact of the trees would be with those two separate options. And they felt that the path of least resistance would be the removal of one of the smallest grand live oaks that they have on the lot, so that they could extend the house and make it more in keeping with what they require as they go forward in life. But no, to answer your question, sorry, there's a roundabout way of saying no, we have not contacted an outside arborist.
And Kyle's role was really just to grade the tree, correct?
Yeah, he came out to grade the tree. He came out to say, it's in good shape. I put my eyes on it. You can cover this much of the area. He did exactly what we asked him to do at the time,
cool.
many months ago.
Well, thank you.
I have a question for you, and I'll come to you guys on the right. How long has the applicant owned this property?
May I ask my client? Because I honestly don't know the answer to that question. They're sitting right there.
23 years.
Thank you.
23 years.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
I'm going to ask a question, sort of the other side of the coin, to talking with the arborist to save the tree. Did you look at any other addition options and adding to the other side of the house, or other structural? I don't know what's going on the structure, but if it's a continuous foundation versus a pier type design, were any of those things studied?
So would you pull the site plan back up? And I might be able to elaborate a little bit more on why we chose this path. So it's turned sideways. Venting is to the right. If you look at their driveway, and their driveway is all gravel, not concrete. If you look at that driveway as it swoops around to the left, it would change the character of the lot. It would change the pathway of the driveway. As you can see on the left side, there are three, and I'd have to pull up the plans here to see those trees are quite large. That 27-inch, as I said before, is sort of the path of least resistance. It's the one that we can move around with the least path of resistance. So on the left side, we have a 27. On the right side, we have a 34, 29, 37, bringing out that house on that left side would create, would basically block the driveway from being able to go to the back of the lot. So it would, we can't do everything over on the right. We've got a big drainage easement over on the right, or a big drainage ditch over on the right. The topography is really kind of quirky on the right side of the lot. So we're dealing with a lot of moving parts when it comes to that. I believe there is a covert pipe in there to even mitigate some of the water runoff. So, again, that right side was really the path of least resistance. We can't go into the back because those trees are huge.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah, so the test that I'm struggling with is number 6. Now, I preface that by the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Now, first of all, I believe that inherently that when somebody owns a lot, a residential lot, they should be able to do what they want to do with it, and they want to add to their stuff. So that's where that's my fallback position. But I'm hearing testimony that the problem with this tree, and the reason y'all want to take it down, is because you got an addition. And it's going to overhang and all this different stuff, and it just doesn't work for the rest of the stuff. Well, if I use that definition, I'm going to start saying, well, that's your own actions if you didn't have the addition. And I think that's what my colleague was asking. Is there another way to do it? Can we do a different addition? Can we look at it all different ways to do stuff? But then I hear testimony about the foundation, and I see brickwork, and I don't know much about foundations. I'm not an engineer. There are a lot of smart people up here that can figure that stuff out. But if I'm hearing testimony that whether we did the addition or not, it's ripping up our foundation, then that tells me, okay, well, that's not your own actions. That's the tree stretching its limbs and roots underground, and it's going to tear apart the house, and we're going to have a bigger problem. So I need you to choose one of the two. You need to tell me what the problem is here and why you're really taking the tree out. Then I can formulate whether it meets that test, because it's got to meet all 7. So where are we?
So the tree is negatively impacting the foundation. So we have
a report that says that, other than the picture of some
There's actually. So
just explain, and I'm not an engineer, but the brickwork is the facade. Is there a foundation underneath that roots are coming into it and messing up the piers or whatever? Just tell me a little bit more so I can understand that problem, if that's the argument that you're making.
So I have a 5-page report from a structural engineer that outlines how the tree is impacting the foundation.
Okay.
Do you?
Well, was that submitted, or is that you've?
No, that was
Okay,
submitted.
that's fine.
Yes.
That's all.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So again, and you're asking me to pick one over the other. The tree is negatively impacting the foundation. It's causing damage to the foundation. They want to add an addition to the only location on the house that they can without negatively impacting larger, more substantial, more beautiful trees. And if we just basically take that side of the house and we just keep, adding on to it, we're going to be over our 25% encroachment allowed by the county. So it's not black and white. It's not cut and dry. It's not just one thing. It's a lot of moving parts. I don't know.
But the argument is there to say that whether you do the addition or not, the tree should come out because of the foundation.
Because of the damage to the foundation.
Right, that makes sense to me.
Period.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Any other questions for this young lady? Thank you so very much, Ms. Crosby, for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any general discussion? Okay. So therefore, board members, I'd like to get a motion to either approve or deny. See your hand, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the request for a variance. In this case is BZA 03-21-00953 on Venning Road. I'm familiar with the property. The presentation was one of the best we've had of this type. The applicable law is contained in Zelda 3.10.6, 1 through 7. All the criteria have clearly been met. This is a 27-inch DBH tree. Ironically, years ago, it could have been cut without even you having to come here. That was loud and clear. This is very near a house. Quite frankly, I wouldn't have even have thought to ask whether you had to choose one or the other as a condition, because both clearly exist in my mind. You've got a tree that's too close to the house. It's overhanging. They want to make an addition. This is the best place to make an addition. So I would say that under either or both, but clearly they work together, and both conditions have been met. There are 10 trees in this yard, and it's about a 0.6 of an acre lot. 10 beautiful trees. They're trying to do what they can to save the most trees. This is the most logical place, and there is a genuine need. If you count up, as you did, the inches of trees and what's going to be removed, in overall scheme of things, it's de minimis. The lot is well taken care of. They're environmentally concerned. They've got a permeable driveway. Number two, the conditions are unique to this property. They generally don't apply to others, but if they were, I think we'd be going through the same analysis. You can look at the photographs, the excellent report. I did take the time to read the report regarding the structural engineer and the challenges and the need. I've considered the extraordinary conditions. Granting this removal will further, if we don't grant this, there'll be further damage and the people will be further out of luck, and that's not good for them or the community. Number four, it will clearly won't be a detriment to the remainder of the community, and the impact, if any, is de minimis. This variance is permitted under the law, and that's condition number 5. Number 6, this is not the result of their own actions. I've used this analogy before. I was thinking about the golf tournaments yesterday. Sometimes in golf, you have to play them as they lie. This tree is there. They need to have it removed in order to take care of their property. And clearly, this variance does not substantially conflict. I would say it wouldn't conflict at all with the Charleston County Comprehensive Plan. A note of thanks is done to the county's arborist. There was no need to incur an extra expense. The arborist could see what needed to be done and why, and I would endorse his conclusion that it was not necessary to mitigate in this case. So that's my motion, and I think if there were any conditions recommended by staff, I would. I'm going through this. I would include them in my motion. I don't remember that there were, but if there were, there were the ones that are there. I would make them and incorporate them into my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Mr. Brown? Yes, Mr. Brown. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Within the next 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff, letting you know the next steps in the process. Like Mr. Nelson said, you did a really good job. So, yeah, really good job. Thank you. So our next case. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, on Cole's birthday. Case BZA 0326-00954.
All righty. The applicants and property owners, William and Teresa Van de Graaf, represented by Tyler Smith of Tyler Smythe Architects, are requesting a variance to reduce the required setbacks on their property at 418 Estuary Lane, which is TMS number 20500000316 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The property and surrounding parcels are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district in Phase 7 of Cacique subdivision, which was platted in 2019. Charleston County adopted required setbacks and buffers from the critical line in 2001. The critical line location was established by the South Carolina Department of Environmental Sciences, SCDES, Bureau of Coastal Management, BCM, formerly was SCDHEC OSERIM. The request includes a reduction of the 20-foot front street side setback by 8.5 feet, resulting in an 11.5-foot setback for a proposed garage, and a reduction of the 35-foot critical line setback by up to 5 feet at the closest point to accommodate portions of a proposed single-family residence, garage, porch, steps, patio, and swimming pool and spa. The applicant proposed construction of a new single-family residence and associated outdoor amenities within the Cacique community. The applicant proposes to construct an approximately 3,500 square foot residence The minimum house size required in Cacique is 2,500 square feet. For context, homes on Estuary Lane have an average approximate size of 4,000 square feet. The proposed lot coverage for the 0.42 acre parcel is 27.97%, and the county allows a maximum impervious surface of 40%, and the private ARB allows for up to 33%. The lot is constrained by 2 major environmental buffers and setbacks, a 35-foot critical line setback on one side and a 50-foot bald eagle nest preservation zone on the other, which together remove approximately 20% of the property's buildable area. The lot is also subject to a 20-foot front street side setback, further limiting feasible building placements. The applicant states that all proposed improvements will remain landward of the critical line and outside the Cacique 30-foot habitat preservation area. They note that impacts are expected to be minimal, will involve no grading or vegetation removal, and all remaining buffer areas will remain undisturbed. Additionally, construction activities will be scheduled outside the bald eagle nesting season. The requested relief pertains only to dimensional setbacks for a permitted residential use. This is the location map where Cacique is located, the zoning ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on, I believe, April 1st. Yes, April 1st. Couple photographs, a site plan, and then this was the survey submitted and the plot. Based on the analysis of the 7 criteria, staff concludes that the request may meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 5. There were 5 comments in opposition to this request. In the event the board decides to approve this variance request, we have 4 conditions requested. Silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line and at the 15-foot buffer prior to commencing construction, and shall be maintained for the duration of construction. The applicant shall implement stormwater mitigation measures, such as rain barrels and or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. 3, encroachments shall be limited to the footprint areas shown on the submitted site plan. And 4, the required 15-foot critical line buffer shall be maintained in accordance with the Charleston County Zeldar, section 4247. Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick on the setbacks. It looks like the 5-foot setback is a critical line setback, but it looks like it's 4 feet 4 inches for the spa, but about 5 feet for the pool. Is it based on the? I don't know what direction that is.
It's not a straight line.
Right, because it's on a curve. So that's what this is really just. That's what that one piece is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just where that overlay is from the 35 to, what's the habitat preservation area setback? Is that something for Kiowa, or is that?
Yes.
That's a Kiowa drawing.
But they won't approve their plan. Like, we have to have their approval first.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
And then the 11.5, the setback from 8.5 feet is because the garage is going to be moved way up front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is.
And then all of this is dictated because of this eagle's nest buffer zone?
Well, partially, and also the R4 setbacks and buffers.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Good. Okay, I don't think you were sworn in, were you?
I was sworn in, and Tyler was sworn in during the interim period.
Thank you. I apologize. Please bring that mic up a little bit so that we can hear you, and please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah,
sir.
William Vandegraff, co-owner with my spouse Teresa of 418 Estuary Lane, Johns Island, South Carolina. Here with Tyler Smith, who's our architect. He's a well-regarded architect in Charleston and has actually designed and built several homes in the Cacique neighborhood. Thanks again for your consideration tonight, and thank you for Jenny for helping us with our application. Given the extraordinary characteristics of this property, we believe our request meets all 7 criteria for reasonable relief.
As Jenny indicated, an eagle's nest is located on the border between 418 and 416 Estuary Lane, and the resulting 50-foot nest buffer significantly impacts the building envelope in both size and shape. And as you saw from the view, it is wrapped. A marsh wraps around the property. In fact, in the middle to rear end of the property, the eagle's nest actually compromises up to 40% of the width of the property, thus necessitating some setback relief in terms of the marsh, but also pushing the need for some room in the front of the house to design the house that we desire. It's also worth noting that in Cacique, you're only allowed to build 1.5 stories above the ground level. So, solving square footage through vertical design is really not much of an option there. This is obviously a very unique situation. We believe it's a hardship, and it's not shared by any other lot in the general vicinity, both in terms of the eagle's nest impact, but also the shape of the lot, which really surrounds the marsh. Given some of the public comments, I do want to highlight a few points as it relates to criteria number 4, specifically that the variance will not result in a substantial detriment to adjacent property, the public good, or the character of the community. Our belief is that the variance will not represent a substantial detriment to adjacent property or public good. The locations where we're asking for setback relief for a garage, specifically in the front northwest side of the lot and along the marsh perimeter, there is not a nearby adjacent home. That's the part there is no home located there. The proposal does not impact access, drainage, light, or any views, or result in any safety concerns. In fact, there's already foliage along the road that blocks long views for incoming traffic. It's worth noting this is a very quiet street on the end of a cul-de-sac, and cars do not go more than 10 or 15 miles per hour. With respect to the detriment of the character of the community, we worked very diligently with the local ARB, the Cacique ARB, which provides obviously objective and unbiased oversight for maintaining the architectural and zoning standards of the community, and they deemed our request appropriate and actually approved our site plan in writing. It's worth noting that Tyler and ourselves worked hand in hand with the Cacique ARB. They're very familiar with this property and understood the challenges. We worked with them throughout the design process. We submitted both site plan and massing study to help them approve at least the site plan that we submitted, and we'd ask the board to strongly consider the Cacique ARB judgment in this matter. I do want to highlight that we're proposing an appropriately sized house for this lot relative to other homes in the vicinity. The square footage is actually 22% smaller than the average home on Estuary Lane, and it's smaller than 80% of the homes on the street. And the lot coverage, as Jenny mentions, is well within community guidelines. I do want to just highlight, as it relates to the front setback of the garage, we're asking for 8.5 feet of the 20 feet, but there's an additional 15 feet of buffer between our property line and the pavement. So all in all, the edge of the garage would be no closer than 26.5 feet. We will, of course, endeavor to landscape to ensure that it seamlessly integrates into the surroundings. With respect to any natural environment, we are obviously 100% committed to respecting the remaining environmental restrictions and guidelines, including the Eagle's Nest buffer and construction restrictions, and we take this responsibility incredibly seriously. This eagle is like the neighborhood mascot, and it's actually something very cool about the local area, and we're very committed to preserving that. And we support the staff's recommendation if you're to move forward with the additional mitigation conditions, which we think are reasonable. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Exactly where is this eagle's nest on the map?
Maybe go to the...
It's right there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can see it's literally on the property line between our lot, which is shown in 416, which is on the lower left side of it. And so the 50 feet really encroaches. And as I mentioned before, in the middle of the lot and backwards, it compromises 40% of the width, therefore, pushing us to, ask for some side setback relief, but also orienting the house a bit more front. And again, the Cacique ARB understood this request and approved it in writing.
Any questions on my right? Mr. Brown?
Question. My only thought on here, I'm just curious about your pool size and location. Has that been studied? And this might be better served for Mr. Smith there, but studied as to where it's located. You know, it appears there's a little bit more room further north on the sheet here. And I'm just curious if that's been studied, if y'all looked at that. Is there a reason for the size and shape and that kind of thing? Or
I might ask Tyler too.
Well,
so you have to wait.
We'll just have to wait.
You have to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously tried to. It's not very big, so we did try to also size it in an appropriate size. And the idea is that it would be accessed from that vicinity, and we put it as close to the house as we possibly could. And again, we think it's reasonable, but understand the question.
Yeah. Okay. Did I have another question on my right? It was you? No?
Yes, I had a question.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand, and first of all, I would say that the ARB approval is very persuasive for me, but I'm trying to get my mind around criteria 3 and 6. Am I understanding this? You could build a house there that would be greater than the minimum, and not have to seek a variance. But is it because of the size of the house that you're seeking a variance?
Yeah, the size and the aspects of the design that we want. This is why, as part of the CASIC ARB process, we started with Tyler, doing a site visit. We discussed the challenges of the specific lot, what we kind of envisioned. They actually, expressed some openness to, setbacks, and given again the size and the aspects of the house that we wanted to build, and that's kind of how we came up with the plan. I mean, we want to build a house that meets the needs. This is going to be a big investment for us and something that we're keen on doing, and we've tried to size it appropriately that still meets the needs that we have.
I understand. I'm trying to weigh in my mind the practical aspects of what you're doing, which is persuasive against the legal criteria that we're having to deal with. That's the reason I was asking. All right, and I appreciate your answer.
All right. Anyone else? Am I right? My left? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Smith.
Did you look at trying to build up a little bit instead of out?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the actual footprint of the house x the garage, it actually is built on the 1 and 1.5 stories that we're talking about. We can't build up more than that. Actually, that's a CASIC guideline, and the garage is actually lower with only sort of a dormered roof, so it will actually sit lower on the overall property than the main building. But we actually, due to CASIC guidelines, cannot build higher.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
I would say a few words.
Okay.
My name is Tyler Smith, 386 Ashley Avenue.
Pull that up for Mr. Smith.
Excuse me. As Bill said, we've been working in the Low Country for a long time. I've been operating here for about 25 years. First time with an active bald eagle's nest, which is exciting. Always enjoyed these birds since I was a kid, and like to visit the Birds of Prey Center where my high school classmate Stephen Shable is the director now. And last time in Ace Basin saw 3 eagles, which was a delight over the course of about 2 hours. The constraints to the property that this eagle's nest causes to us, though, are fairly significant, reducing the buildable area by 27%, which is a lot, and the buildable width by 40%, as noted by Bill. The strategy for the massing of the residence is to have it sort of broken apart. So instead of a larger house that would have a more massive feel, we'd like to pull the garage closer to the street. It's only a 1.5-story mass and then a 2.5-story mass beyond it, which is a CASIC strategy that's encouraged by the guidelines. Basically, every house should be designed in that way. In terms of the proximity of the garage to the street, 26.5 feet from the roadway, there are palm trees there that are 10 feet high with a big head on the trees that certainly, if anything, would impact the ability to see around the corner. Those trees are there, and we could affect those if there was a question of people being safe walking down the street. But people drive 10 miles an hour down the street, and they're very careful. It's a very short street, not a lot of speed, so we don't think that it would have an impact to the health and welfare of the others in the neighborhood. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hold on. Any questions on my left? On my right?
I'm gonna pose
Let me
the
go
same-
with Mr. Brown
same
first.
question if I can.
Let me hit Mr. Brown first, and I'll come
please
back
do.
to you. Yes, sir.
My question is going to be the same one. My concern more is I understand all the constraints. I mean, it's a lot. I've had to deal oddly enough with a bird's nest before. I think it was an osprey nest one time, so I certainly understand that. But the pool and spa and the patio, just explain to me the process of maybe studying how that's situated, and have you looked at other ways of fitting that in there and things to limit the encroachment?
Sure. Well, the layout of the house as we have conceived of it is spread, side to side and also front to back, as you can see, with the garage being in the front, most of the living spaces sort of going across, surrounding the stair that you see in the center and in the main living area beyond. The pool and the spa are modest in size and are planned to be adjacent to a ground level living space so that we won't have a big sprawling pool deck around it, but the adjacent spaces that will be covered will be a nice poolside adjacent space. And with the constraints of the property in general, the pool and the spa best fit in the location that we're showing there, being out from under the house but adjacent to some lounge areas beside it. Certainly the pool could, stretch a little bit farther side to side and a little bit less front to back. It's not a very large pool. It's about 10 by 12 is shown there, more of a plunge pool than a swimming pool, than an actual swimming pool. And so we felt like with the constraints of the property that this is where it fit the best.
Okay, so I heard you say that the house is ground level, like it's not a raised up.
So
this portion of the house isn't, or
so the house, the main part of the house will be 1.5 stories above a ground level. So you'll be able to walk underneath the house. So if you count that, it's 2.5 stories, but 1.5 stories of living space above that would be heated and cooled.
Okay, thank
you. Were there any other questions?
Well, yes, we do have another question for you. Mr. Truslow? You had a question?
Yes, sir. In my mind, you made your case as far as practicality is concerned, but I'm still struggling with the legal components of this. The way I understand it, you could build a house more or less 3,000 square feet, and you wouldn't have to be here. The second, if I'm wrong, please tell me. The second part of it, and some of my colleagues would, and I respectfully disagree, but would contend that not having a pool is a legal hardship. Can you address those two concerns that I'm struggling with?
Sure. Of course, it's true that we could have a smaller house here on this lot. I think it's worth noting that to serve as a magnet for a growing family and more grandkids, having a little bit more house makes sense for this family. And it is in keeping in quite, it's relatively modest in size, as modest as a 3,500 square foot house can be. But with other houses being as large as 6,200 feet down the street and the average being 4,300, it's very much in keeping with the scale and the feel of the street as it is now. As far as the location of the pool, agreed. The pool is not something that must happen in order to enjoy the house, but it is a modest amenity, fairly common in the neighborhood, and something that we would like to have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you so very much. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? Okay. I'm going to be reserved.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, in case BZA 0326-00954, variance request to reduce the front street side back by 8.5 feet and the critical line setback by up to 5 feet. I move that we approve this application for variance. I see that it meets all 7 of the criteria. This is a really, really unique lot here. On top of it, the bald eagle's nest really puts a constraint on this house and configuration. So I see that it meets all 7 of the criteria. They're extraordinary. Criteria number 1, they're extraordinary exceptional conditions, particular to this criteria. This site plan proves it with the bald eagle's nest, and then it's basically surrounded by critical lines. Criteria number 2, conditions do not generally apply to another property in the vicinity, not with that much impact on the eagle's nest and the critical line. Criteria number 3, because of the conditions, the application of this ordinance, particular piece of property, would not effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. They are asking for a large house, but in comparison to the rest of the properties in this general vicinity, I would put it on a smaller size. And the critical factor for my judgment here for making this motion is that the ARB is approving this, and this is going within their guidelines. And I always try to yield to the neighborhood guidelines first. Criteria number 4, the authorization of variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property and the public good. Again, the same argument here. The local ARB is given its blessing to this. It's got a very unique piece of property. They are maximizing their buildable area, but they would have a larger buildable area if not for the eagle's nest taking up, it looks like 20% of the buildable area. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals did not grant a variance which would be allow the establishment of a use not permitted in the zoning districts. Again, this is meeting all of the plans here. It's meet ARB of the Kiowa area. So it meets that criteria. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. They're just wanting a house there, and they're trying to make best use of the property. The setbacks in the front, obviously that garage could probably go somewhere else if not for the eagle's nest, but that's the restriction of the property. So I think it meets criteria number 6. And the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of this ordinance. This is all residential out in the Kiowa area. If the Kiowa ARB had problems with it, they would have flagged that criteria. So I'm fine with that. I would like to include all of staff's additional supplemental suggestions, criteria for this, and that is my motion.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Brown, second. Okay. Any general discussion? I didn't think he met 6, but that's just me. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Raise your right hand. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Ayes have it. So congratulations. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations and good night. Did you get the vote, Ms. Clark?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving on along. All right, our next case BZA 03-26-00955. Ms. Working.
Okay. The applicant and property owner, Daniel Marcus, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 25-foot rear yard setback by 14 feet 10 inches, resulting in a 10-foot 2-inch setback for a proposed swimming pool at 1470 St. Hubert Way. That's TMS number 286-13-00205 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the north, east, and south are located within the Planned Development PD 73E Hunt Club zoning district. And again, that's the parcel shown in bright blue. To the west, the rear property line borders Bear Swamp Road. St. Hubert Way serves as a stub street to Bear Swamp Road. According to Charleston County records, the 0.21 acre subject property contains a single-family residence constructed in 2007. As shown on the submitted site plan, nearly the entire footprint of the proposed swimming pool, approximately all but 5 feet, falls within the 25-foot rear setback. The applicant is seeking relief to allow construction of the pool within this encroachment area. This is a location map showing you where Hunt Club is located. The zoning ordinance requirements plus the requirements from the plan development. The 300-foot radius map. Aerial photos. This is the flood map. So the majority of the property is in shaded X, which is not a flood zone, but the rear of the property is AE8. We posted the property on April 1st. This is the front of the property, and then this shows the rear of the property. Site plan. And so you could see the dotted line, hopefully, that shows where the setback line is. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Plat, and then the approval criteria, we stated that that it does not meet several of the criteria, and it meets criteria 5.
Which ones does it not meet?
I think it was, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
The board may approve conditions or deny the request based on the findings of fact. Unless additional information is deemed necessary, you could also defer the request. But we do have one recommended condition if you choose to vote tonight. The encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint shown on the submitted site plan. That's it.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Working, is the intent of the special condition just to limit the amount of areas actually going into that setback? Okay.
Yeah, and just so that they don't make changes. Now, granted, they could make this pool smaller, but not bigger. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Yeah, there, in the comments or somewhere in here, I'm reading, they talk about the elevation of the neighbor's yard. Do we have any elevations, certificates, or anything in the package that say
It's
the
just this
difference?
flood map that shows that the AE8 flood zone. But I have been in communication with the applicant today, and they have spoken to the neighbor, so he'll have, update you on that.
Well, I'm just trying to understand the person that made the comment that their adjacent yard, that they're significantly lower, and they're worried about drainage issues. I was just wondering, what is significantly? I mean, is there a topo of 2 feet, 1 feet, 3 feet?
Yeah, I don't have that.
We don't know any of that.
information.
Maybe the applicant will know.
I just know that he spoke to her, and they've talked about maybe changing the plan.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, but he needs to be sworn.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. I will say this, and you say, do you guys swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate you helping us with that. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Daniel Marcus, and I live at 1470 St. Hubert Way in Charleston, South Carolina, 29414.
All right. Please tell us why we should approve your application.
Sure. I think I'm going to take what I would describe as a more unorthodox approach to this 5 minutes, simply because, like Mr. Neal, I'm not technically an engineer or have any technical ability, but I do know enough to know that if the recommending staff for this body thinks that my variance application doesn't meet 6 of the 7 criteria, then it might behoove me in sum effectively to ask this board, ask this body at the end of my 5 minutes and at the end of this hearing to potentially consider deferring the matter as opposed to voting on it today to save me the hassle. As I do have some updates, but in spite of all of that preface, I will say a few things that I think are worth knowing and worth noting, and perhaps we can have a dialogue afterwards if that's
You
all
can
right
ask
with
for a
everybody.
deferral right now.
Well, I mean, I would like an opportunity to at least make a few points.
You have your 5 minutes.
and
Go ahead.
get some feedback from this body and see where that leads me. So I think it's worth noting the history of Hunt Club and just the need for this 25-foot setback. As you can see in the drawings, I do have a corner lot. There are various configurations of yards in Hunt Club. I know that was noted by the staff, and it was noted or alluded to that they figured out a way to put a pool or not put a pool onto those yards. I think my yard is unique in a couple, or my property is unique in a couple of respects. One is that there's only a finite amount of usable space in terms of that rear setback, in terms of distance from my home, distance from the patio, as you can see on the plat here and on the map, and distance from an existing deck to be able to even put a pool and make it feasible. Again, a pool, generally speaking, might be a trivial matter to a lot of people, but it is effectively constrained just by its configuration because of how far back the home sits on the lot, as opposed to my neighbor whose house sits more forward and has a lot more usable space. So I would contend that there's really no way for me to construct a pool in my yard without obtaining a variance of some sort. Well, and then so as far as like the size and the size of the variance that's being asked for, it was alluded to that there is precedent, or it would set a negative precedent, like the quintessential slippery slope. I will note that this just last year that this board had approved a much more dramatic reduction in a setback. I'll cite that case for you, BZA 06-25-00872. There was a 30-foot setback for a pool on Johns Island, specifically in Kiowa River. That was reduced to 13.5 feet.
So I'll stop you. So each case is done individual, case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So don't
no
reference that.
Okay,
So, but
sure.
go ahead.
I guess the broader point is that it's something that has been done before, and it's not something that is necessarily unique or extraordinary relative to what this board has done in the past. So that was point number one. Point number two is this is a plan that's been approved by the ARB, and it was approved rather quickly by the ARB. The HOA, which of course is associated with the ARB, is the property owner of the property adjacent outside my side fence that backs up to St. Hubert. And what backs up to Bear Swamp Way is a ditch that is maintained by DOT, but nothing really beyond that. There is a road, and there's, of course, wetlands across the street, but there's not going to be an impacted property. As far as my neighbor and her comment doesn't pertain to the variance with respect to the setback from the fence or from the rear of the property. It really pertains to the lateral or horizontal positioning or orientation of the pool itself. And so we had discussed this. If I had known this sooner, I would have, frankly, deferred this sooner and been more prepared. But we had a very frank discussion on Saturday, and she doesn't oppose the pool. And I'm happy to work with her, and nothing that you see before you is, frankly, a line in the sand. So if ultimately there would not be enough votes to carry a yes tonight in favor of the variance, what I would be looking for is simply just some guidance as to where to go with it, because I'm working with her to figure out what would placate her, for lack of a better way to put it. And obviously this board is the one that makes the ultimate decision at the end of the day, so I don't want to be playing metaphorical battleship in terms of trying to figure out exactly what it is would pass muster, if anything. I just want to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze if ultimately I do decide to push forward. I like to say the dream is not dead; it's simply deferred. It might be literally deferred tonight. And aside from that, like I said, just Hunt Club more broadly is a neighborhood that had grand aspirations when it was originally started. The planned developments changed 5 times, most recently about 3 years ago. So while there is a 25-foot setback, I would say that neighborhoods like Hunt Club would ordinarily, if there was no planned development, would be like an R2, which would be more like a 20-foot setback, which if you were to look at it in the context of what I'm asking is not as dramatic as it appears on paper. And the rule for the setback, I would argue, applied to properties where the setback or the rear of the property was connecting to an adjoining property, whereas I'm not connected or backing up to anything from there. I'm backing up to a drainage ditch.
Okay.
So with that, I'll cede whatever time I may have left and invite questions and comments and suggestions. And while I'm still talking, I do want to thank Ms. Working for recommending that I come tonight and have this conversation. So that's why I'm here.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. So now the cat's out of the bag. We'll see if anyone on my left has a question for you to start off with. Okay. Anyone to my left? Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson.
Well, one, thank you for coming. And so if I understand correctly, you're already looking at options to resize the pool, maybe shift it around some in order to accommodate the concerns of your neighbor?
Reorienting it, sure, and if it needs to be resized, again, there's no line in the sand. I'd be happy to do that. If that can be accomplished through a condition, that would be great. Save me some time. Frankly, like when I said the dream was dead, I was hoping to have a pool in the ground by the time for 4th of July. It is America's 250th birthday, so that would be nice.
Unfortunately, we can't factor that in.
Sure. Again, I understand in the grand scheme of things that one asking for a pool in their backyard is a trivial matter, but I also contend, ultimately, what is the harm, right?
And the size of this pool is, if I remember, 27 feet long or 26 feet long and 15 feet wide, 17 feet wide.
I would say that's roughly correct. It's free form, and I guess the other thing I would probably mention that's worth mentioning is that there's no additional decking. My yard is at a slope, so I'm not looking to grade that and make it level. I'm looking to keep all water runoff and in fact, maximize that. One thing that's not noted is that there are 5 existing stumps from mature trees at the fence line. And so what I'm looking to do is obviously yank those stumps and then increase the slope in the runoff into the ditch, as opposed to creating more water issues for myself or my neighbor.
Okay. Good. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Yeah. All right. You guys are hot and biting at the bit. Which one do you want to go first? Mr. Brown?
I'll ask a question. It just kind of ties into Mr. Nelson's question. Is this the only configuration you've looked at? Did y'all study some others? Did you kind of understand what the setbacks were and how almost fully encroaching into that setback might look to the others?
So I will fully acknowledge my naivete in this process. I'm a first-time homeowner. I'm also a first-time, pool installer, right? So in that sense, what I don't know is what I don't know, and I've been trusting the company whose branding appears at the lower left of this plan, and so it seemed as if it was a formality, and obviously, having sat through a number of these, is clearly not a formality. It certainly is a factor, or was a factor. I'm just trying to marry the two considerations here, which is one, how much workable real estate I have to begin with. And, especially if you look relative to existing structures, one of those is a screened-in porch, which I don't want to start having to do demolition in order to accommodate a pool. So I've looked at other configurations, rectangular. I opted not to do rectangular largely for cost reasons. And so, long story short, yes, there have been other configurations considered. I'm happy to consider other ones as well. Ultimately, I'm just trying to solve for having a pool, period, but not having it be so de minimis that it's not worth doing.
Yeah, I guess just for as far as my vote, it'd be tough to support something that's encroaching so far into a setback. I mean, while I can see that there's some different configuration with your lot located on the corner, and it's sort of pushed back a little further. seems like some additional effort to reduce that amount of encroachment would go a long way.
Sure. Is there a way you can quantify that? Because I know there's been a lot, at least in the staff's report, there's been a lot that's been referenced, or there's been several references to the gator track variance that was offered, or I guess accepted, and it was about like 4.5 feet. So I guess I'm trying to figure out between 4.5 feet and 14.5 feet if there is a happy medium. Is that something like a 10? I have no idea.
I don't have I'm not going to design it for you.
Yeah.
I do those kind of things all the time with my profession, but that's not what
Sure.
my purview is here. I think you'd want to rely on Blue Haven Pools and have them
that's a good
help
answer.
look at some options. But so yeah, I don't have any guidance on that one. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah. So let me tell you how I define variances and whether I get in support of them or not. In my little checklist. One, you've got some good things going for you. You've got the ARB behind you. You really don't have any opposition other than the letter from your neighbor. So it sounds like you're working through that. But when we hear opposition and they start quoting drainage and things like that, okay, that's a red flag to me. So anything you can do to minimize that and take that issue off the table, then if there's nobody else in the room giving you a red flag, okay, well then you've got the ARB behind you. You're starting to check things off your box. The other issue is the size of the variance. I mean, there's one thing if you're going in for a foot or two, but if the variance is for this is 60% of a 25-foot setback, and you're going to eat up 14 feet of it. That's 60% or so. I mean,
Sure.
that's a big chunk of the cookie that you're taking. Now, if you're taking 3 or 4 feet or 5 feet, okay, and you don't have any opposition, that's something that's, in my vote, is more palatable. But you're asking for a big ask. So for the big ask, you can't have any red flags, and you've
Sure.
got some red flags. So where I stand tonight, it's going to be hard for me to support any type of thing. But you sound like you're already doing the right stuff. You're trying to get the neighbor behind you. If she really is going to be supportive of your project, then come up with a design that she supports and nobody else is around here to raise the red flag. You got the go back to the ARB, let them swear off on your new design, and then bring it back. And then you're only asking, we know exactly what you're asking for. So those are the type of things that work, and whether that's a deferment or just pull it and resubmit, but it's probably just a deferral.
Sure. The only context I'll add for everyone's benefit is that like I said, her issue is not with the rear setback and where it encroaches. It's with the horizontal positioning. Because
I'm going to stop you because the letter that she put in here was talking about drainage, and she was going to hold the county liable
Yeah, I
for
know.
the
That
drainage.
was
Those are not things that we like, or I
that
like
was a
seeing.
tad dramatic. That was a tad dramatic. I agree.
So
I
think that's how you address it.
Just so you understand, her concern is that the right side of my yard, if you're facing the road, slopes off to her yard. So she said if you move it more to the left to where it doesn't fill in part of the slope, then her issues will be.
So that's where I stand, and
Okay.
you've already heard from somebody else too. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anyone else on my right? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Were you planning on installing any landscaping to shield the visibility of the pool from that road?
Oh,
I
absolutely.
imagine that's why the setback is there.
Yeah. So the phasing of this was going to be once we were able to dig and get approval to dig, I'd yank those stumps and then put in Alphonse Carr clumping bamboo, something that's relatively mature in terms of gallon size and hopefully as tall as I can get it. Frankly, if I can get 20 feet of bamboo, I get 20 feet of bamboo. So that, and then probably like a wall of podocarpus along my neighbor's side of the fence, or my side of the fence with my neighbor.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
My computer sucks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, you may have a seat now.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay.
Is he seeking a deferral now or not?
He didn't ask for it.
Yeah, he going to ask for a deferral?
He did not ask for it.
He didn't ask for one.
Didn't ask for it.
Can we not call him back up?
He does want a deferral. If you think that you're not going to vote for approval tonight on this plan,
No, you don't.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we need more information in
Yeah.
order to actually hear this request. If
Yeah.
the pool is being resized, I would fully support a deferral and make a motion as such that we defer this case until the applicant has had a chance to revise his plans for something that might be a little less obtrusive into the setback area.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Brown? Okay.
And include drainage.
Yes, and
Yeah, along those lines, I would encourage the applicant to get a better letter from their neighbor.
All right, any general discussion? All those in favor of a deferral, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It is unanimous, so your deferral has been approved. You'll get information from staff letting you know what the next steps are on your deferral. Good. Yes. Our last case for tonight.
Finally.
Lord Jesus. Is case BZA 0326000956.
Alrighty. The applicants, Kevin Swacky and Tracy Bluer of A.H. Swacky and Associates, representing the property owner, Christopher Butcher, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback by 4.5 feet, resulting in a 10.5-foot setback at the closest point. The variance is needed to accommodate the existing foundation for a single-family residence and a proposed swimming pool at 3910 Nelson View Drive, TMS number 61400000190 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding parcels are located within the 10-mile community overlay residential urban suburban area zoning district. A single-family residence currently under construction on the property encroaches into the required 15-foot setback. The applicants explained that the issue resulted from an inaccurate boundary line survey on the original survey used to obtain building permits, which is this survey shown here. A subsequent boundary survey conducted by a different local surveyor identified discrepancies. Both surveyors acknowledged the boundary conflict, and the applicants determined that seeking a variance to adjust the setback for the affected portion was the most appropriate resolutions, and both parties agreed to pursue this approach. So in the second, this is an overlay of the two surveys. In an email from the applicant explains the solid darker line is the initial boundary we've created based on field evidence and references. This boundary was also used in a client's permitting process. The surveyor for the adjacent lot called Kevin about possible discrepancy only after our client began building, so they got a permit to build and they have started construction. After surveying several additional lots, we agreed to stick to the boundary created by the other surveyor. Unfortunately, this has created encroachment into the setbacks with the new building. That's that. And then this is the proposed plan showing they're in process to get a pool as well on that side. The location map. This is the ordinance requirement for setbacks. The overlay map. 300-foot radius, aerial. We posted the property on April 1st. You can see it's under construction there. And that's that. Let's see. I don't even think I took notes here. Staff stated that we find that it may meet all applicable criteria. We do have one suggested condition, and that's the variance shall only apply to the existing foundation and the proposed improvements on the site plan that was submitted to you. That's all I have.
All right, do we have any questions? Mr. Brown?
can I just get a clarification on that condition? Meaning for future construction, or what does it mean? It's only existing foundation and proposed improvements.
Yeah, I don't understand how they built.
Yeah, so
what's the condition? I guess is what I'm. Trying to understand.
You're talking about my condition? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this. No, it would just be for the plan that's submitted, so the site plan that shows the existing foundation plus the pool. Because I believe they already started permitting for the pool as well, based on the initial survey.
So is this
So this
including
plan
the pool
here-
or does not include the pool, your condition?
It does.
Okay.
If you choose to approve it. You could choose to approve, the
I guess what I don't understand is what else would we apply the variance to? Is there something else that I'm?
Well, technically, if you grant a variance, it could be for that entire line, and we don't want that. Like a reduction on the entire line, up and down the, yeah.
You're
So
on
we're talking about
the
just.
extents of the
Yeah.
variance.
Sorry, I didn't do a good explanation.
Okay.
Okay.
That helps, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm kind of lost. Can you point out on the map the 15-foot interior side setback by 4.5 feet? So show me on this map here where this variance is being applied.
Yes.
Because
So
it doesn't affect the pool. I don't see how it can affect the pool.
it does. So the interior line is the 15-foot line. So you could see the structures are within that line, and then they're asking for the 10-foot. So. So you see the required 15 and proposed 10.
Oh, it's in
Yeah.
15.
Exactly.
And it goes to this bottom
Up to the
section of all
10.
of this. It's 5 feet there.
Yep.
And for the pool and the residence?
Correct. Yep.
And they've already started building both of them, is what
Yes.
you're saying?
Because they did get proper permits. They submitted everything. They just
did. They just didn't realize they needed 5 feet for that. Okay.
Right.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Truslow?
Aside from the law, in this case, which I think is pretty well established, as a practical matter, why didn't they just buy some extra property from the adjoining landowner and we wouldn't have to be here?
I'd have you ask the surveyor.
Okay.
They're here. The applicant is the surveyor. So they are representing the owner of the property.
I mean, it would seem to me that they could have just done that and avoided having these problems.
That's easier
I'll
said than
reserve
done.
my comments about the law.
They may not have wanted to sell it. I'm guessing.
Okay, let's see if the applicant present, well, two of you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Kevin Schwacky, 2684 Roseville Road.
All right, please tell us why we should approve this application and tell us what went down and happened from your perspective.
Well, in 2023, we were hired by our client to do a survey, and finding the evidence that we found, we created the boundary lines, which they permitted the buildings from, and then the beginning of this year, had another surveyor reach out to me telling me he's coming up with some differences. So we got together, and sure enough, I had made an error on the boundary line. And at that time, I was asking for a variance is the cheapest way out, and I don't want to hurt my client. So he's already started building. He's been very nice, and I just, make an error, you make an error. So here I am.
I like your honesty.
No shit. I agree with you. I agree with that.
Any questions on this side? Any questions on that side? Mr. Truslow?
Aside from the law, which is going to be very difficult for us based on my research for I went back 60 years. Why didn't you just buy a portion of the property, reach out and buy a little extra property from the adjoining landowner so we wouldn't be here?
Well, that cost more money. And so I'm going to buy, the guy next door had just purchased his piece of property. So, I didn't reach out to anybody else's bar buying a 4-foot strip of property. We're over the setback.
How much more would it, I'm trying to.
It's 4.5 feet of 300 and
Massive, that's a massive Slim Jim.
I don't think that would be, a good thing for somebody to buy a piece of property like that.
Then
They don't know
the
if
next
they want to
question
sell.
is, when you found this out that there was an issue, did construction cease at that time? Or did it
Yes, I
continue?
believe so, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I believe so.
All right.
Okay. Good question. Any other questions? On my right?
Yeah, I just want to confirm with the surveyor. I mean, we're only talking about this spot right here that you're encroaching now, right? I mean, it's 5 feet right here.
Yes, sir. 4.5 feet to be
Yes,
exact.
It's 4.5 feet, and the lot next door, Mr. Gilliard, he doesn't have any. I mean, if you were to take 4.5 feet all the way down, that would shrink his ability to do things on his property.
Correct.
So,
and that's
I
assuming
mean,
that he would sell it to me.
I understand what my colleague is asking, that's the solution, but if I was the owner next door, I wouldn't want to sell my piece of property for that, because then that limits my ability and stuff. If there was a mistake that was made, this seems to be the most reasonable route to solve it. So I think it meets the test, a lot of the tests, in my opinion. But I just wanted to make sure that that's what we were talking about, was 4.5 feet for that one section.
Okay, Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Swacky, I appreciate you coming out here, and I know this has probably been a trying matter on your end. My only question is just regarding the orientation of the pool. We seem to have two different plans in our package, where one, the pool is kind of horizontal in line with the house, and another one that shows it being 30 feet off the property line and more, that.
I'm not from, I think that was an original or one prior, the setback, a site plan prior to the latest. Yeah, that was the overlay.
This one's the proposed plan.
Okay, all
The
right.
overlay was just used to show you guys the difference between the surveys.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were going off the correct one, that's all.
Yeah, but this is the one that shows what they want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Have you had conversations with the neighbor about, this over the setback on his side, or
Yes, sir.
I assume it's a his, but
We've been in contact with the other surveyor. He was doing the survey for him, so we're contacting through the.
But has that owner expressed any concern or
No, sir.
objection to the encroachment?
Not that I'm aware
on
of.
his side?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have one young lady left here. This is your application, isn't it?
No, I'm just listening because
Okay.
I might have to do an appeal.
Okay. So do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition?
That's the thing that nobody.
Case closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
No,
Do we have any general discussion?
I'm going to state it again. Maybe I did the unforgivable by researching the law, but all the law I could find since 1965 says that we are specifically not to grant a variance when in this situation where it's a self-inflicted or inflicted by the agent. Otherwise, we would be encouraging people to not comply. So I'm having a hard time, given what the Supreme Court has told us is the law that we're supposed to follow. I'm having a hard time trying to thread the needle. If I could find something that would allow me to do it, and if somebody could, my colleague could cite a single case that would allow us to do this, I would be in favor of it. But I don't see any law that allows us to do this.
I look at criteria 6. This is not the action of the applicants. I mean, this is not something that the applicant did. The applicant hired a trained professional that made an error. I think if they would have gotten the right boundaries, the surveyor would have posted everything correctly, because that's the foundation for everything in building a house or putting anything out there. If they got erroneous information that they were given by a licensed professional, then they viewed that as correct, true, and accurate. But in this case, this person, through human error, was off 4.5 feet. And so that's what we're dealing with, 4.5 feet.
Well, we would have to ignore the law of agency to follow that theory to its logical
We need to
conclusion.
listen to our attorney on this. I can't.
I want to do this. I'm just trying to find if there's any. I can't find any law that allows us to say what ends up. They call it often it's called self-inflicted, or something your agent did doesn't afford you any relief. Does anybody have any? If
That's
there's
like-
any law, I would.
That's just like going to court and.
That's your opinion on the law. I can't. I understand. And I respect your opinion on it, but I can't allow your opinion to be mandated to everybody. Everybody's got to form their own opinion on it. So
Everybody can. I'm just trying to follow the law.
I understand. Well, that's fine. That's
And if you don't want to, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I mean, now if our attorney wants to say that there's something in this application that is erroneous that we should follow, then I'm all ears to that.
I didn't say anything was wrong in the application. I'm just trying to apply the law, but that's all I have to say.
Well, Mr. Hughey may disagree with what I'm about to say, but there are other people on this board that are not trained in legal matters the way you are, and what we're asked to do is look at the 6 or 7 criteria, depending upon what type of case, and decide and determine whether or not the ask is consistent with those criteria. We are not called to research years of case law to determine a matter. If it is appealed, and that's something that comes up in an appeal, that would be on whomever is appealing that particular decision. So I think in this matter, we can stick with what we're asked to do and look at the criteria and make a decision.
Mr. Brown?
I guess just to add on to that, if the result of the applicant's actions, I mean, I think somebody's already stated the applicant, it wasn't his action or their action. I'm not sure who they all are. It's somebody else's action that caused this. It just said we're having lucky enough the guy's a stand-up guy and is here to ask for it. But I'm not a lawyer either. I just it sounds like you're questioning that one particular part of it.
I want to.
It's not their action.
I want to grant the relief, and I think he's a very stand-up, honest man who's admitted a mistake. I'm just looking all the law that I've seen. If it's ever contested, the Supreme Court is going to say you, Board of Zoning Appeals, are wrong. But if nobody complains after this, then it's a moot issue.
Okay, let's call for the question. Can I get a motion to either approve or deny this application?
All right, Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0326000956, I would make a motion that we approve this request. Again, as we have heard testimony, the basis of this particular request is due to a surveying error that was discovered after construction began. So therefore, we're in a position where our choices are to force the house to be moved to a new location, which seems to be unreasonable, or force an owner to try to purchase land from an adjacent property owner that then might create hardships on their property and may not even be for sale. Or 3, grant a variance and provide some relief to the 15-foot setback that has now been discovered the structure exists in. So in making my motion, I would say that we do meet criterion 1, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. Again, with the issue here being revolving around a structure that has been permitted and is currently under construction, and we had a survey error there. We definitely meet criterion 1. For criterion 2, that these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Hopefully now that some of the surveying issues have been worked out, yes, we will no longer have to worry about these particular issues on the surrounding properties, and this certainly will help alleviate any kind of detrimental impacts to the adjacent properties. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 3, these conditions, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. If we were not to grant this variance, the owner of the property would be in an unfortunate situation where they would have to move a structure that is currently under construction. That would be an unreasonable restriction on the owner of the property, so we meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. We have public, this application has gone on public notice. The owner of the adjacent property, I don't believe that they have filed any complaints regarding the setback, so I believe that we meet that criterion. Is that correct? Okay. And criterion 5, the BZA will not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted. It's a residential use. It will still be a residential use, so we meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action, as the testimony we have heard tonight has been from the surveyor that made the unfortunate error in his survey work. That is definitely the cause of this particular request, so we meet that criterion. And for criterion 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Again, with fixing boundary lines on a property and maintaining the existing use, we clearly meet that criterion. In making this request, would add the staff's one special condition that is part of their recommendation. That is my motion.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. Any general discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I had one other comment. You might be surprised by my ultimate vote in this matter.
No, sir.
But am I correct that there has been no objection? We're dealing with a very well-respected surveyor who's known in the Low Country for doing excellent work.
Yes, sir.
He's been forthright. Am I correct that there's no objection by anyone, including the adjoining landowner?
There's no one else here objecting.
Nobody's been here.
Staff, has anyone else been in to object other than the comments that we've already received?
Just, the comments you've received were the ones that.
So even if we were wrong, if nobody appeals, then everything's copacetic.
Yes, sir.
As a practical matter.
Mr. Hughes, do you want to comment on that?
No.
Okay. All right. So there's your answer.
All right.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, it is unanimous. Thank you. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the application. Thank you for your honesty and forthright. All right. So, board members, I thank you. It's 4.5 hours.
Happy birthday.
And Mr. Cole, here, happy birthday, my friend.
Happy birthday.
The major.
You're working so hard on your birthday.
Jenny, does this catch us up now?
So,
Because it's like back to back to back to back.
Please, thank you.
It's hard.
so do you have anything for us?
We do have 10.
All right. Okay. Well, I thank you guys.
How many of those are STRs?
Do we have many STRs?
Yeah, there's several.
If we could get those.
Wow. 8.
Is that a result of the letters you've been sending out?
But I caught up with looking at, I mean, I got all kinds of cases like that.
Oh, boy.
I don't think it matters if we go.
I'll tell you, my knees are just
I felt like I
aching.
told them not to all.